oh boy, oh boy. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Time check. Hey, it's 10 minutes past here, we have 6 o'clock. You're listening to the Gong Report. Yours truly, the pitbull of radio in studio. That's what we're talking about.
Through the darkness you shine. Out of the air.
Hey, Vindra, pleasant good morning, Roger.
There's no one.
Hey, Janella, pleasant good morning. Wendy and John, good morning. Calvin, your Brady Bunch, a pleasant good morning to you. Ann Moon Sami, good morning. Timothy Roberts, good morning to you.
Our God is greater.
It's a pleasant good morning to Baby Rampasad and Baby.
Our God is healer.
Teacher Balmain. Vidya, Grand Kuva over there, good morning to you. Desmond Hines, good morning. Ran Ali John, a pleasant good morning to you. Afiza Di Mohamed, good morning. Carmen, good morning. Jasodja. Jasuja. Oh boy, good morning. Hey Rambo Ali, a pleasant good morning to you, Primraj. Hey Dindial, Ramdas, good morning to you. Marilyn Sicharan, good morning, Survivor. Anne-Marie Amen, good morning to you. Matilda Rhodes, a pleasant good morning. Roll Passad, good morning to you.
And if our God is for us, then who could ever stop us? And if
Jody June, good morning to you.
and what can stand
Joanne, good morning. Tommy Mohammed, a pleasant good morning.
us, then who could ever
Michael Scotland, good morning. Pringala. Mohan, good morning to you.
and what can stand against?
Noah Simmons, good morning to you. Farmer Kane Farmer. Samantha, good morning. Gobin, Lakshmi Diala, pleasant good morning. Jesse. Biznat Prasad, good morning. Sunil. Natasha, good morning.
Our God is greater,
Afrina.
strong,
Mohammed, a pleasant good morning to you.
you are high and
Patricia Philip, good morning.
other. Our God is healer, awesome in power. Our God,
Shireen Lee, good morning to you.
our God is great.
Yes, and Miriam, I don't tell you morning.
Our God is stronger.
Mubarak Mohammed, a pleasant good morning to you. Ramdio, good morning to you.
Our God is healer,
Andrea Alfonso, good morning.
our God. And if our God is
Stefan, good morning to you.
could ever stop us, and if our God is with us, then what can
Let me say a pleasant good morning to Stephen too.
and if our God is for us,
Nancy, a pleasant good morning to you. Margaret.
and if our God is with us, then what can stand against?
Rambo Ali, good morning. Vajanti. Kasoon, good morning. Jillian John. Joyce Rambox, good morning to you. Ishmael Khan, good morning. Roger, good morning to you. Kathleen. Let me say a pleasant good morning to Philip. Denver Mohan.
Water you turned into wine. Hope
Darren Mohan, good morning.
of the blind
Kishan Ali, a pleasant good morning to you all.
like you. None like you.
Carlos, all of you. Hey,
Into the darkness you shine.
Neil De Silva, Valencia West.
Ashes we rise. There's no one like
Delia, good morning. KK, good morning. I won't forget 8 and 8 doubles and Roti. Noel Brown, Gita Brown, all of you a pleasant good morning to you. Kevon,
our God is great.
the Ann lady outside.
Our God
Sam Crit, good morning to you. Mr. Gobin, good morning. Dr. Gobin, in fact. The Hall, good morning. Mickie Thunderboom, good morning. Nancy Basdio. Angela Lochan, good morning to you. That's what we talking about. That's what we talking about. And oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Into the darkness you shine. Out of the ashes we rise. There's no one like you.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Sukai, good morning. Kimo, Andrews, good morning to you. Pocha, John Charles, good morning. Pearl Danielson, good morning to you. All right, that I read. Let me read that one. This Mickie Thunderboom is a trap, not no, you know. Nita, good morning. Ramlal, yes, I know CAD. Hey, Timothy, good morning too, man. Yeah, Mickie Thunderboom, right? He did start off. He's a trap. He start off, right? Good morning, Andy Potong Williams. Right. Then he gone. He gone now. I need to live better. I must live better. I need a government contract. A UNC board appointment. Silk and HDC house to live better. I tell you that man is a real trap. Annie Abraham, good morning. Hey, Peter, good morning, Denver. Nigel Black, good morning to you. Alan Ali, good morning. Krishna Ram Sukal, good morning to you. Ishmael Khan, good morning. Naz Ali and Mr. Ali, a pleasant good morning to you. Angela Singh, good morning. Ronald Wilson, good morning. Nari, hi again. Nari again. Hey, I just send that text message for you. Let me organize with Lennox Day and Mickie Day one time. I just send that text message there for lady. Night Dave and Deborah, good morning to you all. Ramesh, good morning. Joel R. Hazel, good morning, Larry. Look, he going again. I need to live better. I must live better. I need a government contract or UNC board appointment, Silk or HEC house to live better. Mr. Khan sent a very good message here. He said, remember people, no drinking and driving. The life you might save is that of your own. That's true, that is true, that is true, that is true, that is true.
Bang, 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 bang.
Glory, a pleasant good morning to Alison Smart. Oh God, Mickie Thunderboom, your daughter say that all the time, so. Brent Dulaine, good morning to you. Glenda Isaac, good morning. Vidya, out there in Vancouver too, good morning to you. Lucy, good morning. On the every boy Krishna. Hey, Selwyn Baptiste, good morning to you. Samuel, good morning to you. Rambo Ali.
Into the darkness you shine. Out of the ashes.
Zareda, Good morning to you.
someone like
Molly, good morning, Andy.
our God is great,
Padu,
our God is stronger.
this Rambir, good morning to you.
Higher than any.
Anthony, a pleasant good morning, Anthony.
Our God is the
Azad Ali, good morning, Sharian. Badesi. Esther Smith, good morning, Cindy Mohan. Audrey. Hi, Greenwich, a pleasant good morning to you, Audrey. How things? You have that big UNC flag outside our building? Don Harilal, good morning to you. Rupert Lal, good morning, Sharon Rampasad.
out of the ashes
Joanne, Ramratan, I don't tell you morning.
like you,
Sylvia, Sonilal, good morning to you.
like you. Our God is
Veneta Jack Group, good morning to you.
stronger,
Sensible, a pleasant good morning.
higher
Nice, I done there already.
than other.
Sean Smith, good morning.
Healer, awesome in power, our God, our God. Our God is greater, our God is strong.
Temo, I don't tell you morning. Philip, I don't tell you morning. And now come on. Hey, I thought just be able to Philip.
Our God is healer, awesome in power, our God, our God.
Yeah, but well, just now when you get your big walk, you ain't go come on early hour. You know you deserve your big walk. There's a fight even you had long time. You Carlos, Patrick, you know all these soldiers.
And if our God is for us, then who could ever stop us? And if our God is with us, then what can stand against? And if our God is for us, then who could ever stop us?
Hey.
If our God is with us, then what can stand?
But John is a real nice man. I like he. You see, he's the only man that's come and help me out, you know. Hear what he said here. No, not this one. If somebody say something about Mickie could go by Joyce Rambox, you see she a good one, you know. Watch. She say, Andy, Mickie can go by Rowley. He has appointment jobs.
Our God is healer, awesome in
Francis. Yes, good morning, Francis. Calvary Spirit, you know reach. Princess Tongue, you know reach. Sita, you know reach.
our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. Our God is healer,
Giovanni,
awesome in power.
Ja Group, you know reach. Kenrick Dara, you know reach.
And if our God is for us, then who could ever stop us? And
Were you related to Savannah Dyer? That young lady that was unfortunately
is for us, then who
murdered
could ever stop us? And
in that love triangle.
with us, then what can
Joy Boss, good morning.
stand against?
Narisha, good morning. Paul, you know Joy Man Paul. Where's that one? You see, it's time for me to get down to business. Only joining late, man. Why only joining late, eh? Roma Price, good morning to you. Hey, when certain things go down, you gotta let me know. That boy didn't let me know. In that way, I will know how to make move. And you should have let me know that. Because while I doing one thing, certain things already being put in place. You gotta talk to me, let me know. All right, Kenrick say that's his cousin. Yeah, you went to the funeral, Kenrick? That funeral was big. I hear real people come out and give Savannah Diet that support. Good morning to Jack Warner. Yes, I must say a pleasant good morning to Jack Warner. Nathaniel, good morning. The whole good morning. I done tell Paul good morning already. Celia Singh, good morning. Yolanda Kodner, good morning. Michael Mahabir, good morning. Frank Andy Babulal, good morning. But Paul Poran Singh Ram Kisun, morning. Daniel, a pleasant good morning to you. Anand Tilok Singh, a pleasant good morning to you. Bernice. William Sanders, good morning, Howdy. Samantra, good morning. Sylvia Solilal, good morning to you. Hey, Ramota Singh, good morning, Gail. Rick Williams, a pleasant good morning to you. Michael, good morning. Nice. Everybody get called. I ain't leave out nobody. Nice. Some of you will see that accent for area because I start to save you all on the phone. So when we blasting, you all will get the blast. When it is we going live or whatever, you'll get all the messages because we will send out, notifications early. Them kind of thing now. So you all will see us sending message. Such as some people, if I know the name, I'll say, what's your name? Let's give my first name. What area from? You don't have to tell me exact address. They'll say, Arima, Carnage, Point, Library, St. James, Woodbrook. Let's give me the area from. They go. Part area. So just make sure them know where the area you live from. So I'll just have a first name and an area in which you all are from. Down to early this morning, I was saving names. Yeah. Yeah, saving names and areas. And now we all have an idea who, where. We might have plenty Denise, it have plenty this, it have plenty that. And hey, daddy one from Arima. Oh, daddy one from so. Sylvia Sonilal. Well, all right, new grand, but I have your number? Or I'm not being reached it yet. Just send my O. Send my O on the WhatsApp. So I'm going to save your number one time. For those of you that don't think that I have all the numbers saved, but you will know, I think if it is, I have it saved. you're going to see the picture, which is the real media picture. I wonder what picture it is. Some picture go up there. So just send my if I think I don't have all the numbers saved, and just give me the first name and where. Tobago? Just put Tobago. If it's Tobago, just put Tobago. That's the same what part. If you want, you can put Tobago East, or you can say Tobago West. It's up to you all. But those of you that you know that I don't have your numbers saved, right, I start to save back. You can have a lot of numbers that when I blast out, you all don't get because your numbers not saved. I just have only direct numbers, just a number. And plenty text messages. So I don't know who the hell is all here until I actually play all a voice note or something or let's save it, you understand? So I'm saving it. I start back to save numbers. It's thousands of you all are the save boy. Wow. Right, but not there, all you getting made right there. Send the damn number on WhatsApp. It's WhatsApp. Just send like just said so just soldier, like how she said, Andy from Presal. Just do that, send it WhatsApp. The 366-3053. 366-3053. Somebody want to know where the area from. Now you can tell people where area from. You gotta get them an address because just tell them where they area from. Look, somebody say Lavanti West, not the area from. Oh my God, not the area from Lavanti West. Let the people know where area now, if it's not Lavanti West. I need Tobago East, right, but make sure. Don't really say deep south in the house. What? Deep south as in Palace Heko, point 410, Ikakas, but send it to the phone. Hey, you see me reading them thing. I don't want to know what he hello from on the phone. I want to know on the social media, the WhatsApp and thing. I can't go back there and get them places. And get that. I had to get it on the phone. Or let us send it on the phone for me. For those of you that don't think I have your number saved. Like you've only seen just a blank paper. All I must know if you give me all the number. Let me save it on the phone now. Let me save up them numbers and them. You know, because we have a lot of things to start to put in place. Right before we head back to Inshallah, we head back to Radio 2. Right, so send it on the phone only, on the phone, right? Well, let's send it on the phone for me. That's our first name. If I want to look up all the whole name and area. All I know, everybody listen, all the information to me, that ain't nobody business. And I wouldn't just call all the name out just so, all the number just so, no, I don't operate so at all. What's that if I only worried I will send all the number to the PNM? Nobody, man. I saved nobody for the first time too. I put on nobody. I put nobody here because you always nobody here. Nobody here. Yeah, I put that for he. And I leave the normal name I see on WhatsApp. Because some people have a name, some people have no name on the WhatsApp at all. So I have him down. Nobody here. Tiny tree. Micro greens. Nobody here. Tiny tree micro greens. Who new viral media? All your dino new viral media is not Slimy playing the fool, you know. Slimy is come with all kind of thing, you know. Anyhow, let me say a pleasant good morning to my good friend, man. Emily, good morning to you.
Bang, 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 bang.
Let me say a good morning to new viral media. I think that's the first time I see in that day. That'll be somebody new on the run. Harold, good morning. Man, you see all this good morning with all of them. All make sure all send all the phone number, all the numbers to me. All at least where all from. A name and all from. I have plenty all save, plenty. But I don't know name and all from. I have plenty all save too. I tell you all the truth, I have plenty all save under all right. Hey Kishan Ali, good morning to you too. Hey Denise, from what? Jack, hey out there in Tobago, pleasant good morning to you. Yes, then you're out here from San Fernando West, man. Very good. Right, so listen, all it damn live it, all your name is, and all it is be calling from. Just all the area. I ain't want the address. I ain't want to hear, well, 15 Martin Street, but no, I don't want the address at all. I just want the area. Some of them already sent back and I don't already save it. I was up late, you know. Up late, fixing this thing. Trying to get this thing together to save up plenty earlier. Shahid, I sent a message to you for and all. Where you from? You ain't said right where you from. You only said I said a voice note. Now, let me hear that voice note. Let me hear you. All I go hear how it is he in All I go hear he in, let me know. Right. Voice notes could start play now here. We soon start in the morning with what fun burner. What's the headliners right now? The headliners right now is the filing of 300 CPEP contractors making the rounds. Penny Beckles them organized lawyer, they say they'll go straight to the Privy Council, stand in defense of the contractors, saying it's a legitimate contracts. Like the headliners. And I know the I did see the funeral of the Savannah. You know, they clip it. Jennifer Michelle, yeah, let me know where you're from yet. Uncle Mary, Bali Rami, up to now, let me know what area. I seen plenty of you send message. What area are you from? Lawrence, Winston, all of you. JNS, Sunil, you watch me up to now, let me know what area. Yes, Sunil. Enshan, you too. I watch it all who ain't think back yet. I got a name just saying Bless. I ask, where is your name and the area from Bless? Nice, let me see we're going to start the front burner this morning. Let's see. Morning caller, where are you calling from? What's your contribution on the ground report this morning? Go ahead, Karen. You first.
Pleasant morning, my brother. Pleasant good morning, my brother Andy Williams. Mickie, Lennox, Smith, Trinidad and Tobago. Pleasant good morning. Andy, let me start it off because it's real. This present PNM was trying to make a hullabaloo out of nothing. Because I was telling all of that from the beginning. Before the election, I was telling all of them using the CPEP workers to bring them out for vote. Before the election, they renew contract for the CPEP workers, so they should keep them. They should keep them. Right now, they have the CPEP workers, like they're mobilizing them. They're mobilizing them to come out to try to make the opposition look bad. But Trinidad and Tobago, please listen to all your brother Kana this morning. Right? 360 contract was issued, right? You see them 360 people was contractors. Them is the people will be without a job, and let me put it the right way, they wouldn't be without a job, you know, because they could end up a foreman, because they could end up something else on the same CPAP gang that was running, because Anderson could be this one could be that, Carnage could be that, so you could never tell. The 10,500 what are making people feel like the people who on the ground who cutting the grass is them you lose the work. Oh God, only take it easy, please. Now let the people do the work. The PLM, when they was going out of office, they know what they was doing. Al-Rawi and them, that's it, a hullabaloo and job loss and all kind of things. Trinidad and Tobago, we sit down for 10 years. We sit down for 10, or they like to say 9 and something. We sit down for 10 years and watch what these people did to this country. Watch what the people did to this country when a lot of people could not come out and say nothing. And if they come out and talk, they was getting baller behind by the leader of the party. Now a new administration has changed office and take over, right? We was under the stewardship of Ms. Kamala Persad-Bissassa already from 2010 to 2015. Who could remember, only remember the country the woman had, and she had the way the woman run the country. We thought she would have get it back in 2015, but she didn't get it back. She waited until 2025. Now she come back in power now. Only what they're trying to do all kind of thing. Only look at Al-Rawi, when they didn't know in the election, Al-Rawi went and stand the grounds with the two children. Al-Rawi take we money and he gives Nelson, he gives Vincent Nelson taxpayers money to lock up to any political opponent all year. Only remember what these people do to us now and the CPAP workers. Only they using all year because them 360 contractors, if you check them out, check out where all them contractors. I ain't saying that I want in a UNC strong alone, but remember and check out all. In 2015, when PNM win the election, one of the first things to do was the taking where people contract with God. All you listen and understand. All you don't like the one-sided now to make it look like this government doing so and people lost in the work across the. They put it in place to set up all year because they know they could use all year. They know they could use all they was using taxpayers' money when they was campaigning, they was using all they and using taxpayers' money. All they take what they had was to give all they lose the election. Now the woman had to do what she had to do with she team of people to make sure that the policies of the government being run across the board fairly. So she have to make decisions and take stands. So don't let them people who looking out like what they will do with Kalimbut? What they will do with Stuart Young? What they will do with Al-Wari? What they do with Ms. Penelope because she was silent for all them years? Trinidad and Tobago, all they will be realistic and true to herself and ask herself if that woman just fire everybody or if she will put back things in place to make everybody get work across the board, Trinidad and Tobago. Ms. Kamala Persad-Bissassa, pleasant good morning to you. And you know what I wanted to do as the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago? You see that PNM and that UNC, and when you in power, I could eat a food, and when you out of power, nothing for me. Mama, I want you to change that, please. You had the skills, you had the ability, I want you to do that for me, please. But I cannot look on and listen. Dr. Andy.
Nice. That's all you have to do for me, man. So long so you know I do have all the names saved and what area you all from. And you all foreigners. Let me know where all you there's only see the foreign number. Give my name A first name, last name. Well, you don't want to think what their real name is, where's all they have a nickname? And what area in our USA? Or what area in England? Well, no, England, only don't say where area. Only just say where out there. Florida or Miami or USA or New York, wherever they want to say. But give me an idea what part out there and all I'm calling from. Right, foreigners? Only two. Send it to the WhatsApp. I have real work to do today. So take me about 2 days. Because it's about 2,000 and something names that I ain't already said that I had to save back. It's plenty work. But it's worth it. So I have an idea in the future who and what are dealing with, what are talking to, or who text me, or who say hi, or who make a certain contribution, I will know. Go ahead, call out. Pleasant good morning to you. What's your contribution on the ground report this morning? What's on your front burner? What's supposed to make news?
Andy
That's not
Morning.
making news. Go ahead.
Andy Morning, you have my number there?
Let me see. Yeah. Let's send anything for you too. I have here the Felix.
Yeah.
Felix Grandi.
Yeah.
Felix Grandi.
Right.
So I know who is that.
Yeah, my front burner is that yesterday I was watching a UNC press conference. And the same thing I talk about after the voting for the children life fund thing, upgrading. I noticed that it have a set of PNM, there's 9 senators who didn't vote and all kind of things. So I talk about it, and the talk continued right through the week until yesterday in the briefing. Felicia Thomas, which is the PSA president, Dr. Kurt Mehu, Saddam Hussein, and Barry Padada. And all of them was complaining about these senators and them. And I would like people to tune into the Parliament channel today and witness who is PNM and who is independent from them 9 senators, because them look like they get the gospel of the PNM from the president. So I only hope.
No, but what I will want is that you see how it is a move one time on the CPEP contractors. This government, knowing that it's twice we tried them and they are not independent senators, we have to try to move as swift as possible and get rid of this PNM president. We have to.
Yeah.
So in that way we could really and truly pick independent senators, or come with some kind of legislation where independent senators should be picked. We don't know what to do, but fix it to make sure independent senators are independent senators.
And a way to do that is to impeach the president. Yeah. All right, Andy, we go talk. Hey, Andy, I'll call you and tell you what the response I get from Ms. K.
All right, partner.
Yeah.
But you get through with her. You get through with her.
We go talk after. I will let you know.
All right.
Yeah.
Nice, Donna. Baltimore, Maryland, USA. I know Savior there. So I'm sure you go see a pit here. I know, let us see a pit here for lane safe. Or let me know. So for those of you that now lock on again, or you see that I've been sending messages to some numbers here that I don't have a name, no an area, whether it's a foreigner or whether it's a local, please just give my first name and what area on the WhatsApp. Send it on the WhatsApp, not on the social media, because I give out the information to everybody. So send me that information on the WhatsApp, the 366-3053, 366-3053. Plenty of you already don't have your names and numbers neither, but I have plenty only savers. Stakeholder 1, stakeholder 2, 3. That done is about 15,000, 16, 18,000 something. Well, this one you are paying names. I can't handle and then number in it. Oh God, I do my work, boy. I can't take all that work. Like Calvin Ferret. Calvin Ferret, don't tell me from Grandy. Right, cross trace, right. Nice, Calvin. Nice, let's continue the front burners. Morning caller.
Good morning, Andy. Good morning to you, Lennox, Mikey, Newbie, and to everybody. Are you hearing me loud and clear, Andy?
Loud and clear, Miss Santa Cruz.
Right. We have to establish that first, eh? Andy, first, I sent you some reading material. I hope that you read it. To see, Andy, when the argument is lost, people turn to disrespect. Now, I have no problem you disagreeing with me or somebody disagreeing with me. But when you see it come to disrespect, because I didn't disrespect anybody, right? It showed the level and the mentality of the person. Now, I think it is totally wrong that if it is that the government, now, Mrs. Pasabi's sister will never ever say she's not helping a constituency. You know that. I know that, and everybody, sensible people will know that, right? We have UNC supporters in all constituencies, and Andy, we saw, look, Penny nearly lost her seat. It was because of Michaela party, right? Look at how many supporters. Do you think, Andy, I'm asking you a question, do you think that it is right that Mrs. Pasabi says should not help those people in those constituency because PNM want it? No, in my opinion, I don't think so.
She's a prime minister for all.
Right? She's a prime minister for all. Right? Regardless of creed, regardless of race, regardless of political affiliation. She has to help everybody. And you hear the ignorance of it. Oh, they will stop supporting she, and what they going to do and what they going to do. Now tell me, that is so wrong on all levels, Andy. Now, the next thing that up my crow this morning, since when independent senators pull standing orders on the government or on the government, not the opposition, the government? Since when? Since when are they opposition? They're supposed to be independent. And we have this woman, Dr. Murray. I don't know who she feels she is. 3 times she pulled standing order on, is Dominic Smith, that's his name? Yeah. 3 times you pull standing order. I don't know. You see, there is a focus in the parliament, in the Senate, Because if Wade Maca put a cussing on her, she would have looked fake. What you doing pulling standing order? Keep yourself down. And now Vera, everybody know Vera is a PNM. Everybody. They give him silk. Who do you think his political affiliation will be leaning towards? The government, who he was thinking up all the time for the last 9 years and 7 months? He will do that? No. He's not going to support anything with the government. We know that. And now Dr. Murray, by her action, pulling those standing orders today on Friday, she proved that she's also a PNM independent senator. But I will keep saying it over and over. Who really surprised me, that visually impaired independent senator. Madam, firsthand what caused your blindness. Why would you not pass a bill for children that could prevent that blindness? Why would you do it? Why would you stop that? But Andy, I think today is the pension bill. Today is the pension bill. They're going to go to the Senate with. I think they need a special majority or whatever to pass that bill. I think, I'm not sure, I stand corrected.
No, I think the pension bill passed already,
No, they have to do it in the Senate.
They didn't do it in the Senate yet, but then how we know that the independents, remember if they do it in the Senate, that's how we know them independent senators again voted
I think that was the TTRA.
Oh, that was the TTRA. Well, boy,
yeah.
Well, let me see now where they're going with this. Everything with this day, that organizer and preach our president, and organize and get she out today and put a president there that go really pick independent
but
people.
Andy, the thing about it, Why is Miss Abstinence Penelope Belly Penelope Beckers lying and telling people they're being vindictive and they're targeting young? Why is she doing that? Penelope Beckers, I'm calling you out this morning. You're a liar. It has nothing to do with Stuart Young, but everything to do with the fact that if that president was set, then anytime they could, in a couple of days, they could change up, somebody could act as a prime minister or whatever and get a big pension. You did not open your big mouth, right? When the thing came up with what they were going to do with the pensioners, but you fighting for $1 million for Stuart Young, who come from a rich family. Penelope Beckers did not fight, and we'll move on to what they're fighting for this weekend. She did not fight for petrol workers, ArcelorMittal, CPAP workers, no, and more could call Andy. All the people that lost their work and their little businesses in when there was COVID. Penelope Beckers never opened her pie hole and say a word in support of these people. But now all they collected are losing team, are losing legal team to fight something for who CPAP workers and the contractors. But that is very unfair, Andy. For 9 years and 7 months, you all were governing there. You all got contracts. Not a UNC person, I'm absolutely sure, got a contract under the PNM. Or UNC supporters got to work with those CPAP contractors. And it is very unfair now that they must continue for 3 more years. For 3 more years? No, that is not right at all. That is not right. And according to what MP Padarot is saying, there was a lot of corruption. Well, we all know that. We all know that. And I am asking another question this morning. Well, we know Penelope Beckers' father got CPAP contract when he was alive, right? That's why she have this, and God in heaven knows how many more of her family have CPAP contracts, right? I'm not accusing, I'm asking. I'm also asking, did Gatsby Dolly father got 3 contracts? I don't know. Tong want to know. Tong want to know what's going on in this place. That all the ministers and I hear bank workers and oh God, I hear well, somebody from Point 14 was telling me, right, about the amount of people up there getting it, and influential people, Andy, influential people, and all they get, like if all they don't have bread. But you know who bread I want them to take, and I don't care who say what about me. Crow. Put a plug in him out. Put a plug in his mouth. Now, because MP Padarot said what he said in Parliament, you decide to get personal. But I want to remind him, when you want to get personal with Barry Padarot, remember all he wants in the PNM. That was named in the Judith Jones and the Sabga report. And I wish one day in the next 5 years, they will release those reports in Parliament and let us know who were those people in the PNM that was doing that. Let us know. Andy, more and more we are seeing how unfair this place is becoming. Not because of the government, but because of the opposition who still feel that they are in office and want to control everything. And now they will be known as the abstinence government. Because everything for them, they are abstaining. Right? They didn't have the guts, the gumption to stand up and say, no, let us fix this bill now. They see it as they targeted Stuart Young. And that is so unfair. But they are fixing it. They fixed it for future reference. Andy, thank you so much for listening to me. You take care and have a good morning later.
Thank you very much. Monday Abo is again. Sunday morning. I don't know what Monday Abo, where you read Monday Abo again. Morning, caller. Where you calling from? What's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Yeah, Ali.
Yeah.
Ali?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Felix.
Today the debate in the Senate for the Prime Minister pension because what happened with the government had to get a 3/5 in the Senate today. So they only have 16 to get the 15 senators and the president. So that's 16. They only had to get 4 more from the independent senators to make it for the bill to pass. Otherwise, if they get that 40, well, we have split in. That means the independent and them siding with the PNM government. That is all I could say. Find out more about it.
That's what they're doing, self. Where they're doing.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're doing. All the lines open. The lines open. We go find out. Hey, let me say pleasant good morning. Yes. To our Gael family. Gael Trinidad Tobago, Gael Caribbean, a pleasant good morning to you. Hey, Clinton Williams, a pleasant good morning to you. Yes, Andy for Grandy. Morning, my brother. Good morning to you too. And don't forget those of you that I don't have your name. You can just give my first name and what area you all calling from. That all it is. Text the WhatsApp from. Say what you know. Just send a message. Tell me just a first name and area. What they go? Wait. Monday about good, but I forget what that is. You know, Monday about well, that way. That is Brazil side. That way. Brazil. Yeah. I wonder boy. I'm trying to remember. But not only don't text me don't text me on. Go ahead, caller. Pleasant good morning to you. Wait, no, don't text me on social media here on YouTube and Facebook. You know. Text me on the 3663053 number. I'm going to give you name, my first name, and what area you're calling from. Where it is message or send all the thing from. So I'll have an idea who you all shall be familiar with, some of you all. But sometimes they're like, Andy, I can't remember me. Andy, so let me organize and put name and number to this thing now. Right? Boy. Tunapuna, hold on 1 minute. Oh boy. Hold on 1 minute. Teacher Balmain, you call back. Go ahead, Mr. Tunapuna.
Andy, good morning. Ground report, Tunapuna here. Mickie, Lennox, Andy, and our loyal listeners.
But hold 1 minute, eh? Poor, humble, and polite. You're south, but where's your phone number? You talking my day? WhatsApp me, man. I ain't want nothing online there like where day. I ain't want nothing here. Right, watch. Here. I ain't want nothing here, I ain't want nothing on social media. Send me on right here. Send me here. 3663053. Right? Send me 3663053. Go ahead, Tunapuna.
Yeah, Andy, I want to make a suggestion to this government that Vishnu Danpal should be brought before the Privileges Committee because he has blatantly lied in the parliament when he said that no money, no 2-point-something billion dollars is missing. Remember, he and Conley, but he was the permanent secretary. So he would know all the run and play when money is, I think, and finance. Because remember, I say he know how to shift money around and whatnot and whatnot and whatnot. And I am asking the question, because if it is that the Auditor General who doing the auditing of the thing, and said that the money is missing, and they cannot account for it, there is nothing to show, no documentation or anything for that for money spent, or where that money gone. And he is coming to tell the Parliament that no money is missing. Therefore, he's lying to the population and he's lying to the Parliament, and he should be brought before the Privileges Committee. I am concerned about it. But Andy, you know what's interesting? Daily Express, Friday 27, page 12. An article by Israel Khan. Give up your undeserved pension, Stuart. And you know what? How he classified that money? As extortion money, Andy. And I mean, he's a senior counselor, a lawyer. That tantamount to extortion because you are claiming money. You are defrauding the state. by asking for money which you're not entitled to. And he said that if you have the goal and the gumption, you should resign from the parliament. Because what this is doing is tantamount to extortion, trying to get money. You know, when they say, oh man, trying to get money from people and things, against the will and whatnot, this is extortion. And I feel that this is a matter that the government has to take up in some legal way. Because you don't see, just imagine, Andy, and you know what's shameful about it, Andy? You watch the parliament, the majority of the PNM is of African descent, black people. Let me put it straight to you. But you know, they're going to support, they are supporting a bill that would enhance and enrich Stuart Young, someone who recruits himself and allow his brother to get hundreds of millions of dollars and become a billionaire. And these PNM people, boy, all your heartless, all your senseless, or you're going to support something like that? Huh? This is a man who just recently was on the papers, a photo of him buying a $200 roti, a lobster roti, with the lady who selling it. This is what Stuart Young and them, he boasting about that, you know, that he just buy a $200 lobster roti, where $200 could feed a family for about 5 poor people. But you, the black people of the PNM, supporting that? I mean, tell you, they have to be sick in all your mind. And you playing a deadly role. That you all the time you're keeping your damn mouth quiet because they were looking to get position and they would support you to get leadership and whatnot. But you're deadly. You're like them snail and them. You're slow, but you're deadly. And you have no position at all. And I want to tell this next one, Marva Gonzalez. Marva Gonzalez said that the government uses standing order to invoke that the government does not answer the question. Because when they ask the question, what was the reason that they fired the central bank governor and Holloway, the CEO of Water? The government used the standing orders and say, based on public information or whatnot. And they say they will explain that later down the road. I want to tell Marva Gonzalez, when questions was asked by the opposition then, now government, all they didn't have to answer it, or they never had to answer it, because you know why? All you had a hatchet woman there. Bridget and he said, you should shut down the question. So all they never had the course to answer the question. So when you want to come now and talk about this government and not a creative, a galloping dictatorship and what other thing. And then you see, I will tell you, when Aimbot and them said that this government, they're using their maturity and thing and whatnot and thing to pass and to get things their way. I want to tell this PNM government opposition, when Olio was in government, bills and laws that were supposed to pass that require a special majority, Olio went in the parliament and bring it to a simple majority and pass them. And there are many things that the now government will have to challenge and change those things because they needed a special majority. And the Speaker of the House, Bridget and Mr. Jones, allow that when she knows fully well the law dictates that it is thing that it requires a special majority. And Ravi and them come with simple majority and pass their water and thing. So I want to tell you, this obstructionist government, with respect to this CPEP thing and whatnot and thing, all you can't come to put bull over people's eye and play all the thing about concern about it. And you know what's amazing, Andy? When the UNC, when they was in government in 2010, 2015, they tried to put the CPEP, not just what PNM concentrated on, is to keep back people in ignorance, you know, and abject poverty with CPEP. You can't get a loan, you can't get it. It's not either insecure job or not. What the last government, when now that they're in government now, was trying to do is to put things with it, attach things to it, that you could get, you know, do training and whatnot, and eventually get yourself out of that, get certification and all kinds of things for different in different endeavors. But this government, this PNM, all that they concentrated was just to use them as political tools to have them to go and march and demonstrate and to come out for election, for campaign and whatever. As what they do with them in the election. Why it is that you didn't say about them earlier on in the other years in office? but only wait on the eve of the election to come and renew contracts and to hire more people and all of that and whatnot. And then to add to it, there is no documentation of these contracts, and the workers are experiencing problems to getting paid. So all these are factors that let you look at. This is what you call this opposition is come out there to just create friction and to cause and to make ruction in the parliament, and they have no legs to stand on, because as last caller said, Barack here, that they have no things, they have no followers. Even the trade unions and all them, and we have Penny Beckles talking about what? They will try to win back the support of the trade union leaders and they. All you under Patrick Manning try to decertify the unions. Under Patrick Manning, the price of oil was at its highest and only offer them 0, 0, 0. Penny, all you sit down there, you and him, but and all you. And I say nothing. And today, all you want to play, all you concern about the CPF workers, eh? All they give me a blasted chance, man. People fed up of all you. The people don't want no part of all you. They reject all you. And if you listen to the debate in the parliament on this proposed thing for the pension for Stuart Young, and you listen to the David Maraj and Saddam Hussein and all of these people and them, and you could really see that PNM is irrelevant to this country as it is now, and all they come there to do is to be obstructionists. So people, I just want all you to listen and watch the Parliament channel this morning at 10 o'clock, and let's see the outcome of it. And let me see if PNM really out to support and to get the rich richer. And then to see, do you see where the children life on? They didn't support. All kind of things. It just goes to show you, them don't care about poor people. They follow their leader and get the rich richer. And they have a blessed morning, brother.
Thank you very much. Next caller, pleasant good morning to you. I know you don't mind my head down. When I'm doing the saving numbers, I'm organizing and blasting out. So don't worry about all my head down there. I'm listening to your contributions. What's your contribution? What's on your front burner? And don't forget, those of you, even if it is you're viewing on Kyle and you're not on social media, or you never call, text the WhatsApp number. Text my WhatsApp on 3683053. Just give my first name or nickname and what area you'll be viewing us or listening to us from. Alright, I want to save it so I have an idea of you all. So make sure and send me that WhatsApp name and area. You have to say where I live in. Number 2 days that no. You don't go deep in your business at all. Right? Only don't go deep in all the business. Okay? Just give me a nickname or first name and what area. Send a O for those of you. Just send it to my WhatsApp there because I have about 2-3 days to save up all these numbers and them and put at least identification to some of you. Oh boy. Hold on, Teacher Balmain. Hold on, Teacher Balmain. Go ahead, caller.
This is Diego Martin inside, Professor.
Go ahead, Diego Martin.
Good morning to Assistant Professor Mickie and Lennox. 2 things I'm talking to about this morning. Independent PNM senators, and I'm going to talk about the police service. First of all, it have a fella who brought the judges into disrepute as so-called independent senator. The former president, the current president, and the chief justice did not investigate who he alluded to with respect to the judges. So the current president should not have returned him as being an independent senator because he has always batted for the PNM. He brought a motion against the UNC when they were opposition. So I don't know why he has been an independent senator, because the current president is spewing the gospel of the PNM, choosing people who's aligned to the PNM. Then there's the other one, the NCIC president. I won't call him, but when the Honorable, my Prime Minister, was giving the speech at the Diwali Nagar last year, what happened? There was a blackout, and we have not gotten a true picture of what happened. I believe it might be done purposely because he's spewing the gospel of the PNM. So it have two so-called independent senators are truly PNM senators. Right. The other thing is the police service. The police service have elections today, and it have a ACP who is basically fighting a battle to see if he's eligible. All kind of court and attorney. That's a ACP. That's the same fella who was in charge of the 2nd Division of the day of policing when he shut down the country and wanted to bring pressure on the PP government. He wants to go back again. So it appears that he has an agenda to go after the government and do untoward things. You remember, he was the leader of the flu virus, the called blue flu, when they abandoned the then Attorney General and the current Prime Minister, who was the Prime Minister. So the police service, the 2nd Division, and by extension, can't even handle the internal affairs. I'm going to have an
Thank you very much, caller. Teacher Balmain, a pleasant good morning to you. And welcome to the Brown Report. It have been long. Go ahead.
A pleasant good morning, Andy, Lennox, wherever he is, and Mickie as well, and all of the Ground Reports supporters. I've been missing in a little while. I've been listening, though, and hearing everybody's contribution. And this morning, I want to say leadership is very important in any situation. We now have a new Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar. 2 months have gone since they have been placed in power. And I am, as a citizen of this country, I am satisfied with what they have done thus far. They are getting a lot of opposition from the opposition and the present opposition, who have loud voices now. I am hearing them saying that they have legal representation for the people who will not be in a position in the URS, in the CPEP and elsewhere. And I wonder where their voices were when it was on the shoe was on the other foot, because it clearly seemed to me, looking on, that they had preferences. But Mrs. Persad-Bissessar has promised that everyone will be treated fairly and equally, and that is what we want from our leader. So when the Ground Report had, we had our pushbacks, and I would have been at all the pushbacks, and I can tell you, we were not treated like citizens of this country. We were attacked, and we were humiliated, and some of us got arrested as well. So now that the shoe is on the other foot and they are talking about protests, I want to see how they will be treated. And I know in this case, the police will do what is right. Thank God for us, there were a few police officers who were aware of what we were doing and were in agreement with what we were doing, and they treated us a little differently from the others. So God bless those police officers, because they knew what was needed in the country at that time. But added to that, they are now in opposition, and I've listened to some of the parliament sit-ins, and couldn't hear all the speakers, but some of them I heard, and they are speaking as if the UNC was in power for the last 9+ years, and they were the opposition. If you had those bills and those, like the TTRA, they said since 2002, they had started discussion about that. We are now in 2025. Why is it that we still have not had it operational? So you blame UNC for that when they got a period of only 5 years there? So we are expecting good governance. We are not expecting the UNC to back down on certain things, and they have to hold strong and move forward, doing the best for this country, because where the PNM has put Trinidad and Tobago, it will take a lot of effort and a lot of hard work and the dedication and commitment for us to get back on our feet, as Mr. Munilal is suggesting. He wants us to come back to where we used to be when it comes to energy and energy matters. And he has started very strongly so far, and we're hoping, with God's grace, it will continue, and it will, because we must remain united. And I just wanted one last thing to tell our supporters: please don't get into the habit of bashing each other. Let us learn to treat with our differences privately. Don't bring it on the program and air it there for everybody to hear, well, we're having a disagreement, So let people make their contribution, you make yours too, and that's how we should move forward. Thank you so much. Do have a blessed day, and talk to you again.
Thank you so much, Teacher Balmain. Morning caller, where you calling from? What's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Good morning, Andy. Good morning, Andy. Calling from the Barrack Paul here.
All right, the Barrack Paul.
Andy, let me tell you something. For 10 years, CPEP workers, now listen to what I'm saying, so the population will understand what I'm saying. CPEP workers, the people who just be outside there in the sun, rain, cutting the grass, cleaning the drains and things, they were used by the PNM to do all the, what I would say, the marching and the protests and the coming out to the meetings and all these kind of things. This class action lawsuit that these idiots are bringing out in the courts here, this have nothing to do with the workers. The friends and family of them same set of lawyers that who they give contract for 3 years and 5 years and 6 years, that's worth millions. This have absolutely nothing to do with the workers. So the workers have to understand they cannot get engaged with any other kind of nonsense, because all this really want to ignite is some kind of civil disobedience in the country. That's all this. And as usual, they go come and race bait it to say, look at the people who just work CPEP and Kamala Fire and all of them. You see, she racist and she this and she that. And they go get tied up, and then they go end up making whatever nonsense they do. If they engage in any illegal activity, end up in jail, and then they have to deal with that themselves. Because this contract have nothing, this class action lawsuit have to deal with kickbacks and all this kind of thing. You see the couple days before election, where Alwari and them go on and give out three-year contract and 5-year contract and all kind of thing to the friends and family worth millions of dollars. This is what this is about. These people are now telling them, hey, well, look, they cancel the contract. What we have to do now? And this is where all this thing is stemming from. Because that whole contract, CPEP organization deviated from what it was really meant to be, to help out single mothers, to help out vulnerable people for a short period of time, not for 5 years and 10 years. And it's supposed to help everybody, not just one set of people working for over a lengthy period of time. So they use that to hold on to a group of people for their support. Because right now, PNM irrelevant in the courts, they're irrelevant outside of the courts, they're irrelevant anywhere they exist. They lose PSA, so they don't have no support there. They lose Tobago, well, definitely they have no support here, because I am in Tobago right now. They lose every aspect of what they feel that they had a hold on. Police service, everything. The only little thing they have remaining is the feel they have remaining, because I know a lot of the CPEP workers didn't support PNM. They were just forced to come and go to the meeting and show when Alvaro and all this kind of thing. But there are no support there. When this thing is settled, now this class action lawsuit going to drag out court. So once it go to court, you don't know how long them going to remain unemployed as the workers and all kind of thing. But CPEP is relevant to keep the place clean and all this kind of thing. So if this going to court, it might take a longer period to start back CPEP. So then they might have to revisit this and open up something else to help out the people the work of cleaning up the place and all these kind of things. The majority of the workers them who was working for CPEP will still be getting back their jobs. So they don't want to worry about it because they are the ones who this program was designed for, and it is needed in the country because we have plenty work and plenty cleanup to do. So people didn't supposed to get carried away with them to that clown. It's better. They send West Indies team in the court to represent the contractors, and this team are idiots on them because West Indies team stand a better chance of winning than them. Every one of them face has shown we're going up to fight this class action lawsuit as a set of losers. You know them done lost. What we had to make sure is that how this don't cost the taxpayers money. Let them come out their own pocket and pay all the costs when they lost still. So the fact of the matter is that right now PNM totally irrelevant. This is the last straw, the drawing, to show face that how they probably have some kind of thing. We just want to make sure that CPEP, all the fraud and all the corruption that taking place in there, just like all the other organizations, clean it up, get it streamlined, give people the relevant contracts that they need, hire the relevant workers that need to be hired, and do the thing the right way. And this is what is happening right now. Them PNM dons and them want to make this look as some kind of racist issue, some kind of attack on poor people. And in the first place, why does Trinidad and Tobago had to resort to over 10,000 people looking for some kind of help to survive in this country when we're hearing every day how much billions and billions of dollars going in people's pockets just so, for no reason. And then you have a set of people trying to survive on meager crumbs to live in this country. When we have so much wealth, something had to be wrong, and this is the perfect example of what PNM is about. Keep the supporters illiterate, keep them dependable, keep them hungry, keep them fearful, and use them. Use them, keep them poor, keep them dependent, and use them to keep them in power. That was set from Eric Williams days, to keep the masters in power and control, to earn all the revenue, while all you're living in abject condition in the country and begging and feeling that the only hope it has is PNM because there's come and get a seat, they get a hamper, they get a food card. And then all you're so dependent and fearful that all you might even lose that. All you had to go and throw and support them. Wake up now. Nobody in this country didn't supposed to be living in no kind of below poverty line to support their family and themselves in this country. When you listen to the kind of $1 million, $1 billion spending and going to just in people's pockets in this country for no reason. Have a good morning, Andy.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Good morning, Lennox, Mickie, and everybody. You know, when you listen to these people talking about how Mr. Bishop censored this government, how they fire all 10,000 CPEP workers and all the nonsense, I know there's a lot of CPEP workers who know better. Because when Mrs. Besessa, our Prime Minister now, our Honorable Prime Minister, was in government 2010 to 2015, she is the one who take consideration and realizing that CPEP workers had no NIS and no paternity leave under the PNM. That's the kind of treatment they got. And she gave it to them, as I said before, and I say it again to remind them, that she even gave them the chances to go and learn a trade free of charge to get a certificate so they can have a little business of the own they like. That is how she treat the CPEP workers. And she will have the CPEP workers in her heart as she did the last 10 to 15, right? And some of them know it. I know that. They're not actually throw them out. The PNM is pushing that narrative. Those nastiness with the lies. You see, but they wouldn't succeed. You all have a blessed day.
Winston, I see you calling. All I will just says Winston. So if it's just tell me what area you just be calling from. Oh boy, I'm going to organize and see what voice notes we are there. While I will save some of the numbers, I get them a lot of numbers. So again, for those of you that I don't have only name on at least a first name, a number, and I had the number. I could have only on the phone. But those of you that I don't have on the phone, send a name, a number, and an area. That is say address. No. Right, at 366-3053, 366-3053. I'm updating the records so we can have a fast reach to you all. As in via voice notes and things now. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
What's everybody? Yes, that's my name. Nathaniel is my first name. Rahmatullah is my surname. See you later. Bye-bye. Good morning. Have you ever noticed that it is in the difficult times that we grow stronger? That's when we are being stretched. That's when God is developing our character and preparing us for promotion. We may not like it. Stretching can sometimes be uncomfortable, but we can keep the right attitude. We will come out better than we were before. The key to passing the test is to remain in peace and rest. When you are in peace, you have power. When you are at rest, God can fight your battles for you. Many people wear themselves out, frustrated because they don't have the job they want, upset because the child won't do right, worried over a health problem. No. Turn all that over to God and be willing to go through tough times with a good attitude.
Next caller, morning caller, where you calling from? What's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Good morning, Andy.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, Andy. I had the solution for them independent senator, you know. All you have to do is cut off the head of the snake, like Christine Garcia and the gospel of the PNM. Long you cut off that, you have no problem with the independence again, because we know that there is not independence. Thank you.
Oh boy. Nathaniel Raham, I ain't gonna call his full name. What area? What area? Oh, yes. From all right. I know see the area. All right, I know see the area. Thank you. Thank you to all the foreigners too that making sure they send all the name and where out there you all at. I need to save these things, save you all the thing. So when we blasting out information, we going live, we doing this, we doing that. It's very easy for me to get at you all because I save. It's a lot of numbers to save, boy. A lot of people. But at least I will know instead of just having a number 366 or 3 this that or 3 this or 176 or oh God. I don't know names by them numbers. And when I blast the people who are saved, they will get the blast and you all don't. So I have a couple of thousands to save. I'm a task for this week for the next 2-3 days to save name to all names and areas to all those numbers. Don't send me names and areas that you all are from on the social media. On Facebook or YouTube. Because that is all the business day. Number one, send to me is private. Alright, send it to the 366-3053. 366-3053. Send them things right there. Name, area, a first name, a nickname, a area, not where you live in, your address. No. That's the area. I want to know your business unless you decide you only want to tell me a real name and that is up to you. Send it to 366-3053. Right, Jennifer. Listening, UK listening. Jennifer Jones. Send me that on WhatsApp, not there. But I want to save, so I'll have your WhatsApp number. I will have you save. So all the upcoming events that we're going to have and the things that we're going to do, that you all will have prior notification of a lot of things that we're going to do, such as press conferences and all those various things. And going live. Certain times we'll be going live. All right, let me answer this. Morning. Winston, I still don't know where you're calling from. But go ahead. I just saw your name.
St. Joseph.
St. Joseph. All right.
St. Joseph.
All right,
Right.
St. Joseph. Go ahead, make your contribution.
Right. Here what's going on. A lot of these people who calling in sometime on your program, look, I hear they attacked Lennox Smith the other day, saying how we just ramble on and use a set of big language. That is to show how these people think it. Like they don't dig deep and look inside themselves and try to understand the man's intellect and understand that the man is a true patriot. They don't have that level of understanding, right? So big up Lennox Smith because he's a patriot, just like my two brothers there, Andy and Mickie K. Now, people who protest in the CPEP thing now. Now remember, CPEP was a variant from the what you call the DUDE and the Prime Minister's Special Works Program under PNM Prime Minister. That was it was a make-work scheme and a way to galvanize support from the grassroots to ensure that they have a little bread and to survive, that's all. And when they have political meetings, they drag them along so they could harass people and heckle the opposition when they have meetings. I was in the Queen's Park Savannah. When I want to see where they were sent by the PNM. Savannah, I was about 10 years old. And, you know, he made a little slip there because he was being provoked so much. He said, go home and arm yourselves, because he was so fed up of the harassment and heckling, right? That he, poor fellow, he was an academic from Oxford University. He could handle, you know, grassroots man like me, right? So all them fellows now protesting against CPEP on him. Why are they protesting so much? Let us say it was an equitable distribution between UNC supporters, or we call it office holders, and PNM office holders. They get contracts and you want to investigate that. No problem. But they're making a lot of hullabaloo. You know why? Because they know it was not equitably distributed. A lot of PNM head honchos, who is MP, the father, the brother-in-law, the nene, and all kind of thing. They are the ones who get these contracts. So that is why they're balling like 20 cars on, because they know, they don't care. And all of them who abstain in the Children's Lives Fund improvement policy and so on. And the other one, we try to give attendees acting PM a big fat salary. I was a public servant and acting vice principal, teach for 30-something years, and act as principal for about a year and something. And I barely get a few months of the acting principal work, although I could say it had times when I act as principal and VP too, and I never fuss. But you want to give a man who work at less than 2 months as a prime minister a big lump of salary like that, and all you abstain, that is a further stain on these PNMites. They know damn good is a waste of sperm, political and otherwise. And one more thing. They're talking so much about discrimination. There's a family that has been discriminated against. Every one of them contributed over 30-something years of their life to the public service, either working central bank, teaching, customs, all kind of thing. And the next Kakamungo that we had as a leader in this country, cut ribbon with golden scissors and all kind of thing to open the Point 14 extension highway to Faizabad. And these bitches, I have to say, they never compensate the family. They're owing them. They have an agreement since 2015. They entered the land and said or you, according to some section, this and that and so wherever. You couldn't enter, you couldn't lease the land, you couldn't rent it, you couldn't enter the land, nothing. And they take the land to build an access road onto the Point 14 highway. Now, the family, being true patriots that they were, they didn't fuss. They didn't fuss. They didn't stand in the way of progress because, after all, people in Point 14 is people too, as we now discover, right? And up to now, these people can't get their money. Police give people big 50% increase. They have an action laughing in Tobago all now because he rip off the treasury, right? And all of we balling, we can't get our money since 2015. That is 10 years. And they didn't abstain for that. All of them was in cabinet meeting. They didn't see that come from NIDCO. There was a study by a fellow called Ezric Hoggins that says that there was lack of synergistic cooperation and coordination between people like NIDCO and the Commission of Valuations and all that. They're not coordinating properly. So Mr. Robert George, in a commission of inquiry into that Point 14 highway, I have it, I have all the notes, I just document everything, right? They said that because it would not be right in the eyes of foreign investors and so on, that the people who were displaced from their land is not being compensated. And what happened? We are waiting since 2015, and these fellas collect big salary, right? And they go to sleep as if they have no conscience. I don't know what kind of human them is into, collecting salary and just pushing people files all over the place. 1 minute in Barataria, 1 minute in Aruka. And so it going like they don't know what they're doing. The left hand don't know what they're doing, but they're collecting salary, right? Well, I want to approach the present minister and the prime minister, probably write them a letter and explain the situation. And I'm sure they will deal with it, but I want to give them a little chance because they know in office, they're cleaning up a lot of mess that the last so-called administration, I call them tax collectors, that is all they were, tax collectors, left behind. So I'm giving them a little blight, you understand? Because I support the government, because I know they have a hard task on their hands. But I just want to highlight the injustice. And all these people who are abstaining and all kind of thing and growling and grumbling for increased salary, because they will benefit in the end, they feel they're coming back in power here, the Dwayne done say already it is inevitable, the PNM coming back to do what? To interfere with the treasury and raise gas. How much times? And imagine a government raise the price of petrol. Them is human. Oh God. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Oh boy, Lennox Smith, a pleasant good morning to you. Oh boy, what's the headliners? It have been a long weekend. People balling one for CPEP. People are saying the independent senators not independent or some bill. We know the bill today. Bill now is in the Senate. We had also interview Arnold Roberts this morning. If 8, it cannot happen. It will be on Wednesday because you have Senate today and tomorrow, please God. What's the headliners? What says now? Well, there are two important issues that say that people are talking about: the CPEP firing of contractors and the passing of that bill there today that keeps showing that those independent senators are not independent. Go ahead, some people.
Are you hearing me loud and clear? Are you hearing me loud and clear?
Loud and clear.
Yes, indeed, of course. A pleasant good morning to all in Santry, East, West, South, South Central, our friends in Tobago, and wherever you are. Streaming on the World Wide Web, a pleasant good day to you. Yes, indeed. Well, those two topics are really, of course, of interest. Of course, the narrative being spurred on by the opposition clearly, and it is in their political interest to, of course, so engage because they certainly have a heart for certain elements of the society. But let us get it abundantly clear that we are talking about 300 individuals, none of whom have said that they had their contracts prior to 2015. All of them that were interviewed said that their contracts were around 2018 thereabout. It meant, therefore, that it was in the draws or when the PNM acquired government in this country. And of course, if they were to say that their contracts were before 2015, well, there are two things one has to consider. That they, in fact, of course, kept persons who might have been hired under the previous UNC administration. But of course, there are arguments in the area of these contracts were supposed to be 3-year contracts. You have some people who are saying that is their second time, third times, etc. So one can say from the original perspective, from the original concept of this program, from the knowledge that I know of it, is that it is supposed to be 3 years and then you wean off of it because you're supposed to become independent and to allow space for others to benefit from such an exposure, because it's about financial management, it's about business management, it is about, of course, getting some kind of seed money in order to continue. And within that period, you're supposed to set up yourself in such a way so as to continue, whether it be private contracts or whether it be public contracts or anything in between. So that is my understanding of it. But you have another factor in this particular case. Let us be very analytical. Just before the elections, in some instances, according to, of course, the representative for Moruga Tableland, Michelle Benjamin, the current Minister of Culture, here we have a situation where she had monitored the number of CPEP gangs that were there, and suddenly, just before the elections or during the course of the election campaign, some 5 additional gangs suddenly appear. We have to note that, of course, that was considered to be a bellwether seat, so to speak, or a marginal seat, as we call it here in Trinidad. And of course, that is coupled with information, and I say so without fear of contradiction because I commented on it, where people were, of course, being told to assemble in Woodford Square when the PNM had launched its major campaign, and of course they have to sign on because contractors would have been there as well, and these employees, these members of the various teams that these contractors would be managing for and on behalf of CPEP, or whilst they are contracted with CPEP, they would have to sign there, suggesting that they were present to get any kind of additional, or should I say, not losing a day in the program or the monies that they would normally get for a day. So they go there, and once they assemble there and sign, it is certified that they in fact were there first and foremost at Woodford Square, and therefore would get their day's pay. That is a pellucid fact. And of course, at that time, I was saying that I saw quite a number of persons going the opposite direction before Stuart Young came into the square, and other officials of the leadership of the PNM. We saw them heading down Frederick Street. We saw some heading across, of course, Prince Street. And when we inquired, it was that scenario, that awful scenario of political exploitation that was taking place. So the arguments are very clear that there has been, of course, political interference, political benefits to the PNM, and the manipulation of the program in order to get political traction, so to speak, at that time. What is the argument as far as Penelope Beckles is concerned? Today they are having, of course, a legal clinic, so they say. But once again, the ordinary person is not there. Those political appointed contractors are the ones that would have been either at the headquarters of CPEP or would be attending this particular clinic, whether it lasts a day or not, as the case may be. What we are having, however, is the rhetoric of the PNM, the present and, of course, past parliamentarians who, of course, are claiming victimization and mass, of course, retrenchment. They will never limit it to the 300 persons that have been politically appointed. So they come up, of course, with a figure that songs what I consider to be, in a way, so as to give them optimum and maximum political traction. So they come up with a 10,000 thereabout. But let us be clear here. It is 300 persons we are talking about that were part and parcel of that exercise just before and during the elections of 2025.
Nice.
Concluded,
and
of
what
course,
about
conclusively on the 28th of April.
nice?
So
And what about the issue now of the Senate and the independent senators before you go to the headliners? Let me see what the people
the additional headliners.
Yeah.
Well, with respect to that, in brief, it means that the Guerra, for example, he says that once you bring convincing, articulate argument, we are going to use our discretion. So, in other words, they maintain that they're independent and the arguments have been one of independence. Even though, of course, we have seen,
but
we
twice
have seen
so
the
far.
outcome.
Twice
The
so
outcome
far.
doesn't say that, but you could say something. But action speaks louder
Louder
than
than
words.
words.
An ounce of action is better than a pound of talk. And I wait to see what will happen. Let me tell you what will happen. And I want to say this because we said it very categorically when the vote came to the law house, and we said that they are going to abstain. We remember that when we said what choices the PNM has. Well, they're going to abstain, and abstain they did. Why did they abstain rather than saying we will not support that measure? Is for political currency. Is to sound good because they know that the public is upset. Yet still they are arguing that the law targets, as the independent senators have also been arguing, that the law targets, of course, is designed to target sort young per se, when in fact every single prime minister moving forward will be affected by that measure that would have been converted into law. So the arguments are very clear. Go ahead. You were making some point.
Nice. So now let's go now to what's the headliners. Otherwise,
Yes,
the other
but of course,
headliners. I know when we
of course,
politics.
quite a few of them.
Yes. What's the
Quite a
other
few of them.
headliners?
Yeah, Penny to lead PNM with love. Well, of course, she was formally and unsurprisingly at the town hall in Port of Spain. You know, normally if you have a special convention, you use Napa because of the amount of people that will be coming there. Well, of course, using that small auditorium tells you that the PNM has shrunk considerably to be using the town hall as a place where not only the new executive would have been inaugurated, but of course the substantive leader, Penelope Beckles, are coming to the hem of the party. So that in itself is significant where it was held. Right? So that happened over the weekend. Of course, we have UNC urges Senate support for PM pension reform. Well, of course, the UNC, several ministers and non-ministers, because the public relations officer of the UNC was also there. But of course, that was to criticize, if you want to call that, or to make an observation about the Senate, this independent bench Senate conduct.
Right, but let me get it clear. But let me get it clear so some people understand. Right, so in the Senate there, they need at least 4 independent. If they ain't get 4 independent
to pass that measure.
Right,
yes.
if they ain't get that bill cannot pass and TOT stay, everything stays as is.
Yeah. The law will now be, well, they can't come back, but it would have been defeated. They had to wait some time before they could bring it back on the floor again, and the whole process starts all over. Yeah.
Right. And it is known that Mr. Young was really a prime minister, or the shortest left prime minister. We are seeing things on social media because people talking. Right? People talking. Remember, there's a good report. Just now.
The 17th of March, let me just get the timing. The 17th of March, 2025 to the 28th of April, 2025. So just about
all right. So that means
March, April.
Right. So that means that's why I wanted to finish. So that means you do recognize him as the shortest prime minister live and a prime minister at the end of the day.
Yes.
Right. So he was. So people are just asking because they're looking to see if there is any malice or bad mind within the new government. Although they're always talking, put God in front and walk behind. They are saying, well, all right, if he did serve as a prime minister, and if he was a prime minister, all right, that had nothing to do with the pension. It have social media videos went out showing on pictures of Stuart Young being removed from the Piaco International Airport among the pictures of prime ministers. So
remove or put up?
Remove.
Sure is removed.
I believe it's removed. It's removed. I see them taking it down, or it's put it up.
Or was it about to be put up, and it appears that is to be removed? Because I would not have expected.
How I get it is that how I get it is like they was removing that. I don't know.
All right, okay.
That's how people.
I have a
I don't. When people are calling and clearly on that. But what's your thoughts on that?
We could just go up to the airport and see.
Right, but what's your thoughts on that? Let me say if it's a put up. What's your thoughts on that? And let me say if it's to take down.
Of course, he was a prime minister. He was a prime minister, and therefore, of course, his face is supposed to be there as well. I mean. He was a prime minister.
Right.
What we have now? The seventh prime minister? Well, he would have been the sixth.
Right. Watch. But if, all right, they say if they put it up right, he was a prime minister, so he always be there. But let me say if they take it down, what you have to say about that?
Well, I would be neither here nor there because of the nature of it, the shortness of it.
And all our lawyers, all our loyal listeners.
If it is up, I have no problem. And if it is down, I have no problem.
All right, well, all our loyal listeners are saying that it was removed. So,
okay.
How would you view that if it is you are stating, yes, the man was a prime minister. Yes, at Piaco it have all 7 prime ministers. Yes, whether it's 3 days, whether it's 5 days, whether it's a month or what. Constitutionally, he was a prime minister because he was recognized by America, you, me, everybody, jump low. Right?
But
why would it be taken down among?
Yeah, but why would you take it down, or why would you not put him there? Well, it's clear that there is no legal obligation to have any face at all there. Right? There's no legal obligation.
Well, then move all faces and only put the current. Move all faces and put the current.
So if his face is down, in fact, any one of the prime ministers, whether it's Robinson, whether it's William, whatever it is,
say move off everybody's face. And let me just leave all who read it now.
But having regard to the circumstance, the authorities may feel that he ought not to be included. Then, of course, there is no legal obligation, as I say, to have it there or not. So I think we should move on as far as that is concerned.
Right. What else you have for us? Oh, morning, Andy. It was placed back. Somebody said it was placed back.
Yeah, I got it.
So they move it and like the place it back. Because if it wasn't Lennox Smith, it really ain't coming across whether or not or when the man serve following 5 days as a prime minister. The man was a prime minister, if you have everybody else up, lead the man up. You understand? But just put from May to April. May to April.
I mean, everybody will know the shortest serving prime minister ever, maybe in the whole world.
Oh, somebody is saying it was not removed. It was just shift to the right side to put up the current PM photo. All right. All right, but you saw social media mischief. Everybody send out. You saw social media. It's real mischief. Everybody send out. How the point out is. Look, you're moving. You see the man on the ladder. You see them pulling it down. You see them moving the damn thing, Lennox. You know they put up that the payback.
They probably show a picture, right? Yeah. Where you cannot determine whether they put it up or down. So a fellow on a ladder,
how to do it?
And
it's just taking it down. And so, plus, there's a video
to be taken out, and it could appear to be put up.
No, hey, it had a picture. Listen.
Media, yeah, the social mischief makers, the social media mischief makers will put up a picture like that to, of course, project their own narrative to achieve a certain objective. It is clear.
It had a picture of it coming down, and it had a short video with the man on the ladder, boom down, hook it, and they're taking it down. It had a video too.
Okay. There are video as well, but now that's a different story. If they had it from where it is actually being taken down, but the last comment that you mentioned, there seemed to be the logical one where they are actually shifting it around.
Oh, look, somebody saying here. And well, they're real laughing. Natasha Wells, all of them, they're saying, Andy, his picture is smaller, right? Somebody else say it was taken down by those men on the ladder. That's truth. Some people say, yes, Andy, they just move it to shift it. Laugh out loud. But Andy, it only have 1 day under his name. So like they put just not the thing, they just put a day prime minister. So you're
serious? They put from
I feel that was
March,
not this.
March,
I don't know, Lennox, I don't know.
March 17, 2025 to April 2028, 2025. They say that?
I believe they will say that, but I feel echo for us here. I feel the lion, I feel the bacchanal, because I can't understand how they just put 1 day. So I don't know. I feel.
No, that's not how it is done.
You feel like Mama Guy taking you 1 day
to the end. Yeah, that is the normal inscription that you will give to identify the period under which that particular individual was in the office of Prime Minister or was Prime Minister.
All right, go ahead, caller. Yeah. Pleasant good morning to you.
Oh, we have a caller. Go ahead, caller.
Morning again, Andy. Barak Paul here. Andy, they really wanted to put the Stuart picture in the female toilet, but they didn't have room for it. So they just relocated. And you could imagine if they had to put up acting Prime Minister pictures, Colin Member's picture would have been all on the runway because the airport wouldn't have enough space to put up pictures. You know how there's Adam PNM banner all over the place? And I see that with Colin Member's picture all over the place. Because he had about how much? 500 times as Prime Minister. And he never get and they bypass him when the time to elect a Prime Minister come. And the whole point of the gist of this situation is that people who working, let me say normal working citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, you just have to make a certain amount of contributions to earn NIS if when you retire. I think it's about 750 or 790 contributions you have to make in your working career to qualify and earn an NIS. Why that same procedure to apply for people like in Prime Minister office and all these kind of things? Let them make the amount of contribution, let them serve a certain amount of years, and then you qualify for a pension, because that pension is not $10 pension or $5,000 pension, and you talking about $87,000 every month, you know. Stuart Young in 50 years yet. And let me say, you know, Chinese is hard to death, them just live all kind of 80, 90 years, 100 years, sometimes 200 years and things. So just imagine, for the next 30 years, this man getting that money with the perks and all this kind of thing. He come like he could be the wealthiest man in Trinidad and Tobago. So we have to be logical and remember that money them fellas them are doing nothing to contribute any money into the public purse. They just getting in. We appoint them there. We are paying them. Taxpayers are paying them. So when you get 10,000 CPEP workers unemployed on the breadline, and one man getting $87,000 a month, where is the balance? So it's okay for 10,000 people to suffer. That 87,000 could have paid every one of them every week for the rest of their life. 10,000 people. But one man want that amount of money to just live comfortable. That can't be right. And we have to wake up in this country and support this government to do the things that is right in the country. Otherwise, going down to the end, when things get tough, and you really need to dig deep to contribute surviving in this country, you got So this thing, and then, let me say in the morning, Kamala decide to make Barry Padarat the Prime Minister. And he remain the Prime Minister for a month. Then Barry Padarat decide, you see me, I'm going to make Khadija Amin the Prime Minister for a month. And then in a year, we have 12 Prime Ministers now qualified for a pension of $87,000 every month. If we allow this thing to happen as it is. So this population in this country has to wake up and make sure and do the right thing in the country. Otherwise, once the PNM, if them ever get back in power, it's total anarchy again go take place in the country. That 10 years these people was in office there, this country went back about 40 years, just around where Eric Williams started the nonsense. So it would have a little readjustment. It would have some people who will have to face the brunt of reality, but to get the thing right for the country and the entire citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, this situation them have to be corrected. Have a good morning, gentlemen. Enjoy your rest of holiday. Take care.
Thank you. Oh boy. Had to get a little hot something on my chest there, man. Feeling kinda upset, man. Oh boy, next caller. A pleasant good morning to you.
Good morning. Welcome.
Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Andy. Good morning, Mikey. Good morning, Lennox. Andy.
Oi, Triple G. Go ahead, my brother.
Blessed morning. I don't know these the people in lower end who sweeping the grass, who cutting the roads. They'll get back to work, but we dealing with the contractors and them P&M contractors and them who haven't shared for contract, who sitting on board and all kind of thing. And victimizing UNC activists and supporters and them when they go out for contract and they give them their friends and family. But
you done with the contribution, Triple G? Next caller, go ahead. Canada, go ahead, Canada.
Good morning, Andy. Good morning, Lennox. Good morning, Mickie. What I want to find out, do we have any independent senators in Trinidad? Or those 9 senators are presidential senators being hand-selected by the president? You know, that we don't have any independent senators in Trinidad. Because I was reading this for Anthony Vera and the next one, McNish, what the stupidity they were talking on the newspaper, you know. So they are PNM and Kangaloo, the PNM stock, knows it. Remember, she said she's a PNM from down in she had, and to preach the Bible, the PNM all over the world. So she's a PNM, so she selected who she wants and put us independent senators, and probably she preached to them to preach the Bible at the PNM. So they have no, because any right thinking person will never vote for to give Stuart Young 87,000 a month salary. What has he done to deserve that? Except here Rowley plot, plan, and the entire PNM party knows that. It was a plot and plan between Rowley for Stuart Young. And the population knows it. And the population is go against that. And if these independent senators, or they call themselves independent senators, and if they have the right thinking mind, they will vote against it. You see? They will vote against that and let it pass as law. Yeah? Because I can't give one man $87,000 a month plus perks for one day prime minister. No, and any prime minister could say, okay, I'm going to select a prime minister, put him there 1 month after, select another one, and so continue going. And there's nothing anybody can do about it. So it has to stop. You know? And people have to get together and make it stop. And according to what Stuart Young say, he didn't go there for the money. He went there to serve the people. So if he didn't go for the money, why tell the government, forget that? No, it's also the lies. You know, PNM party is lies. Lies, deceit, and everything. Corruption, everything. You know, I listen to this from my Beckles. Calling on the population. Come home, PNM supporters, come home. Are you begging? Huh? People don't want to hear that? Anyone, they will have to say this morning.
Good morning, caller. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Andy, this is Vila. Andy, let me load on my volume in the TV. I have volume playing loud. Hold on. Yes, Andy. You there? Hello?
Yes, we are.
Hello?
Yes,
we are.
Yeah, Andy.
Yes.
And Lennox. I cannot stand them independent senators, boy. Honestly speaking, I could see right through their eyes, through their soul. They are PNMites there that oppose every plans that the government have for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Even down to the lady who blind. She keeps saying that President Christine Kangaloo had put her there, but then, hold on, but then Saddam Hussein, they clearly came out with some evidence that these independent senators were selected around the Port of Spain area. Why not why not in Central? Why not in South? Why not all down deep down by the carcass and thing, down the carcass and thing you select independent senators? Why Christine Kangaloo doing all this wickedness? That wicked woman have to come down from that president house. She's a wicked woman. You put them, 9 of them, there, independent senators, to go against the government. I'm watching today, and if none of them stand up for what is right and what is independent for the country and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, watch me. Heaven have to help them, you know, papi. I'm telling you the honest truth, you know. Them independent senators in the opposition, they worthless, and all they have in their mind, we're going to go against the government in every plans they have for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. We're going to go against them. We're going to go against them. I want to see today the honesty of PNM independent senators. And each time they do wrong, for 5 years, we have 5 years with the UNC. Each time they do wrong, you know what I call going to cause the PNM people to do? Change their mind towards them, and Kamala will come back in government again. Because they're doing nothing right to prove that, hey, all what I say about we, all you're wrong. We're going to prove all you're wrong. Right? We're going to do the right thing as opposition leader and opposition independent senators. Right? This had to stop. This had to stop. And for Mr. Crow, Andy, and for Mr. Crow, you go ahead and sing now. You're going to make your money out of that now. Go ahead and sing. You could sing what you want about Barry. You could sing what you want about the UNC. Go ahead. Because at the end of the day, you're nothing but a laughing stock for everybody in Trinidad and Tobago. You're a wicked person, you know, Mr. Crow. Because I'm reading some comments that you include the man child in the song that you sing. You didn't call name, this some of them say you didn't call name. But why you have to include the man child in your song? Why you have to do that? Sing about Barry, you don't have to sing about the child. Right? I watching them, Lennox, I go mad with them independent senators, boy. How Christine Campbell could do something like that? No wonder she said take the gospel of the PNM in your house, in your village, and all over. The gospel, you know what gospel means? The good news. They are nothing good about them. And them independent senators, that woman getting up every time Dominic talk, she getting up and opposing and like, oh, the speaker of the house put in she place. Maybe she don't know the laws. She's supposed to sit down quiet and put your finger on your lip. What you getting up, jumping up like calling me good for? Then independent senators need to check themselves, Andy. Okay, Andy.
Thank you very much. Mikey, a pleasant good morning to you, my brother.
Morning, loud and clear, loud and clear.
Loud and clear, man. You have been
Blessed
missed,
morning
man,
to you,
go
my
ahead.
brother Andy Pitbull Williams. Blessed morning to you, political leader of love, Lennox Smith, and to all the good people of Trinidad and Tobago, the Gael family, good morning. To all our CARICOM brothers and sisters across the region, those in North America, wherever you are, this is the Ground Report. Sister Al Tobago, Mother Bernie, Silver Fox. Yeah, Mother Bernie, I don't know, boy. She do like Wassa, like she locked me off, boy. I ain't hearing from Mother Bernie at all. She only popping up like toast when it's convenient. Good morning, Mother Bernie. I still love you. Boy, boy.
Well,
Gentlemen.
I spoke to Silver Fox up till last night, so he's around.
Yes.
He has
Yeah, Silver around. Silver always around.
Yeah, he has some
Silver is
communication problems
always.
recently.
Yes. I know he's dealing with one or two issues, but he's a
Yes.
strong one. He like black disinfect. He's strong, undiluted, raw. He ain't easy. Yeah. And this whole issue, of course, it seems that people are trying to gain political traction and try to sell us that the sky is falling with this CPEP thing. Look at the amount of concern from the opposition. When in fact, one has to ask, what about the WASA workers and everybody else who was placed on the breadline? You didn't have a band of attorneys, as they call them. And what makes it interesting, and I said it last night on the program, The Observer, is all of a sudden they want to be defined as PNM lawyers. Look at that, PNM lawyers. What does that tell you? That gives you an insight on how the operations of this whole legal system is run. So you have what? UNC lawyers? Now they're saying they're strong PNM lawyers and they're coming out in defense. And if you could get in touch with the minister, the line minister, Mr. Barry Padarat, there are people who still have fears because they're hearing bits and pieces of the story. But he made some very strong points yesterday at that press conference saying, listen, this is not anything about victimizing the workers or anybody. This is about making sure that CPEP is going to be run the way it has to be, above board, accountability, transparency. He said that there were red flags coming from the central audit committee, which is in the Ministry of Finance, and that's a serious thing, according to Kyle Taklak Singh, the attorney at law. He said that's very serious when these red flags come up. So it's only fair. You remember, this entire country was shut down except for the few handpicked people. When they talk about they go and do audit and they had to shut down WASA and they had to shut down, and that helped put us in stagnation. They shut down everything completely. Although you still had people doing landscaping and work on the Taruba Stadium. The very same week that they came into office, the very same week they made sure that the Golden Boy got the contract to power wash and all that with the Taruba Stadium. So all this nonsense that they're talking, these people have a very convenient way of remembering things. But see if you get in touch with Barry Patarad, let's clear the air on all of the mischief that they're trying to create and trying to sell the people like it's the end of the world when it comes to CPEP. Mr. Patarad made it clear. He said it is something where the government simply doesn't want people to be cut in bush for the rest of their life. They have to evolve. They have to develop their skills. There has to be more than this program that exists now. And then he talk about those with family members in the PNM when you start to connect the dots. You see, again, and we can't leave it to legacy media to bring out the truth. So that's why we have, again, the ground report. We have corridor transformation. We have the observer. Everything that you need to know. The team of 3 that you have relied on and trusted for the past almost 20 years. We're going to have about 18 years. It's the ground report. So we are going to tell it as it is. Andy, get on to some people this morning, man. We have the people work to do. Try to wake up and shake up. I want to see you get in touch with people like how when you dance, you see the kind of commitment you just put in your dancing. Let's get some people on board this morning, gentlemen. Good morning once again to each and every one. Where we at?
Nah, Lennox have more commitment in the dancing than me, man. That is dance.
Yeah, but Lennox is do his thing, you know, at a specific time. It's every morning you doing this practice. And people are asking me, so when we go see a dance off with Lennox and Andy, I say, boy, that chalk and cheese. Lennox is an expert. He's a legend in his own right. People just fly from all over the world to come and take pictures and videos. Andy now getting into this thing. Don't try to outshine Lennox. That Lennox thing. Let Lennox do his thing. That's not for you. Nobody wants to see a dancing pitbull.
Your call has been forwarded.
Gentlemen, the fact that they're talking about PNM lawyers, could it be an indictment on their part that they are defending, of course, PNM, let's say, activists? Because that has been the argument on the other side, that they will not accept that these are PNM activists that had to be removed. I'm talking about the 300, but they conveniently, of course, converted to 10,000 in order to gain some kind of political traction out of the whole exercise. But who they're talking to are the contractors, not the ordinary persons who would be members of the teams that these contractors would have been allocated consistent with their contracts. It's the contractors, and it is clear that none of them has said that they were contractors from before 2015. All of them are saying that they were contractors about 2018 and they're on the second stint. We know that the program is supposed to be a 3-year cyclical initiative, but all of them are PNM, what I consider to be operatives, PNM inserted, and therefore to call themselves PNM lawyers, it tells me that they are defending, of course, a PNM, what they consider to be activists, full stop. It has nothing to do, and therefore that is political, and these people must go.
Simple as that. And all the government is asking for is, listen, we need to get some checks and balances here. Things are not adding up. That's all. What is it that you have to hide so much that you need to have a band of attorneys to step in? Allow the administration to do the job. They made it quite clear. They have outlined the process. We need to find out what is going on, who's benefiting, who's exploiting, who's taking advantage of the situation, and put things right. That's all. That's all they're asking for. Why is that so difficult? That you have to become so defensive and start calling press conference and all of these things. I mean,
but the 10,000 talk has a more sinister agenda.
That's right. That's right.
The agenda is to try to attract as much deflection as possible from their own investigations that clearly coming out of the office of the Attorney General, because of course he said it very clear in the Parliament that of course I will go to war with you, and that was a very pellucid and a very significant statement. So they are trying, of course, to hide behind this 10,000 talk when in fact it's 300 contractors that they had instituted without cabinet approval in too many instances, particularly those that was just before the elections. They are not going to claim that. They have not been claiming that, but they are saying that on the basis of the contract itself, that somehow there has been some kind of infringement on the part of the present administration. But no one cannot lose sight of the fact that it is about themselves utilizing this 10,000 talk to protect themselves and to probably incite actions that, of course, none of us would want to, of course, contemplate, far less to countenance. So it is clear that they are fighting for their political survival, utilizing people who they could manipulate.
That's right. That's right. And again, it's not to say that, you don't have a clear idea what was going on. I mean, now you're coming out because water more than flour to act as though you're this great defender. I mean, come on, Penny again seems to appear to be a square peg in a round hole, totally out of her element, making these sorts of allegations and talking about tyranny and all of this madness. Who could be more of a dictator and have dictator tendencies than the PNM? Andy, where we at? If not, let's open up the line.
Losing sight of all reality.
Yeah. Awari talking. This one, Marvin Gonzalez, when he has found a voice. I don't know, the same macaroni pie man talking. Then you have the one that does look like the Predator versus Alien from Port of Spain. He has so much to say now. I mean, Andy, who we have?
Morning, caller.
Depressive psychosis, clearly.
Morning, caller.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. I just want to... Morning. Can I speak now?
Yes. Where are you calling from and what's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
My contribution is with respect to this CPEC matter. The fact remains is that...
Go ahead.
When Patrick Manning constructed this whole idea with respect to CPEC, right? The thing about it is that, yes, after when they vacated office in 2010, what happened? The UNC, those people who were appointed, the PNM people left office, right? They left office. Some of them were resistant, but others left. When the UNC came into office, when it was 2015, they vacated office. There's a tradition or a convention as the boss, whereby just like the people on the boards and whatnot, when the time comes, when after the 5 years you vacate, that is the issue. I'm not going to talk about all this. The fact remains that is the convention. That has been the practice. Yes, that they're resisting that. So I'm not going ahead with all this thing about who this and that and the other. They may be hiding behind those 10,000 workers, but as the minister said, they never engage. The fact remains that the contractors who hire the workers, and he said that the contractors would be appointed to replace those people. So it's not a question that they have to go. That is it, and that is what you will have to lament. When in 2015, the UNC, those people, contractors, they left. They couldn't stay because the PNM, they could have stayed there with the PNM henchmen and Democrats and rabble-rousers. They couldn't stay. Some of them left the very moment the UNC lost the election. So that is the whole thing. The issue is that the time has come for them to vacate. That is the practice. That is the convention. And that is the argument I think that people have to make, and don't be drawn into this thing about who this and who that and who didn't that. This is the convention. The people who they are political appointees, just as those on the board are political appointees, and that
you very much.
All right, caller. Thank you.
Next caller, pleasant good morning to you. Caller, where you calling from? What's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
A good morning to you all on the ground report. Andy, Lennox, Mickie. I am calling from Grandy. And this morning, my contribution is just that with all the unrest that is taking place now, with the 10,000 people that they're saying in CPEP, I remember when we was about to vote, I have a granddaughter, she's 7 years. And she said to me, Granny, I'm voting UNC because I want a clean country. And this is what Barry and all of them is doing. They're cleaning up the country. They're cleaning up all the things that the PNM have done, undermine corruption. We were under for 10 years. Lucifer, Rowley, and all the members of the PNM, all the ministers, they are all evil-minded. Their heart full of hate. They have no love for the working class people. And today they see an excuse. Really, maybe you want to use the 10,000 people they're telling us about so that we can cause war. But the whole fact of the matter is that we understand, we working people understand what's going on. We want a clean country. And to get a clean country, the UNC have to clean up. And when you clean up, you take out all the furniture, everything, and put it outside. Make sure the place clean before you put it back. And this is what Barry is doing. This is what all the UNC members is doing because they full of love. They have love for the working class. So we can lay back and relax and wait on the UNC to do what they have to do. PNM, all they can't fool me. All is Lucifer. We know everything about all this. If you're watching Parliament and you're watching them talk, all them evil dogs are them. There's some evil dogs, all of them, you know. The one for Port of Spain, when he says like whatever, he and all the hateful, Sutherland or what they call him. All, they can't fool the working class, or they can't fool me. Want to create war, but all they wasting all the time. Because we know what's going on. Even a 7-year-old child say we want a clean country. I want a clean country. And he is doing that first. They are cleaning up. They are cleaning up Trinidad and Tobago and replacing us with positiveness. Replacing it with everything that is rightful and fear for everyone. And this is my contribution. A pleasant morning to you. God bless.
Thank you very much. Next caller, make it short and sweet. Good morning to you. Where are you calling from and what's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Good morning to the ground report family. Andy, Mickie, Lennox, and all the viewers and listeners. I'm calling from the library area. Yeah, this whole thing about 10,000 people and a set of stupidness. Petrotrin, they sent home how much people in Petrotrin and cripple the country, the economy. Right? People suffered. Look right now, the medical plan in Petrotrin where the workers, past and present, was enjoying a medical, right? That no longer exists. A lot of people died, suffer. The health system in a mess. I have a nephew, went to the hospital, the Point 14 hospital, with his toe, because he's a diabetic. They told him that they will amputate the toe. I took him to the nursing home, right? They saved his toe. But what I understand is that those doctors and them, when they amputate limbs, it's money, 2,000 per toe and 4,000 per foot. So you have these greedy doctors and them, right? They have seen about the people as they ought to. The same way you go on in the nursing home and they save his toe, they could have do the same in the hospital. So the health minister had to look into this, right? You have a set of greedy doctors, and that is what they're doing. Gentlemen, have a good day.
Thank you very much, caller. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
A pleasant good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Pleasant good morning,
to the ground report. Just a short thing this morning. These people have short memory, or they're looking for sympathy. They didn't remember when they fired all the workers at Petrotrin. I didn't see or hear anybody say anything. They were very quiet. How all of a sudden everybody have a voice and everybody know what to do and what to say and how to do and how to say. They never listened to anybody when they were in government. Nobody don't have any right to listen to them because they're not making any sense at all. So we have to do what we have to do. I am saying we because I am part of, so this is crazy. They're looking, as far as I am seeing, they're looking for sympathy. All right? Sympathy for all the wrong things and all the wrong reasons. So you all say bless and have a good day. Take care. One more thing. Good morning again. I sure that a lot of people don't know, can't remember how many contracts Miss Beckle's father had, and her brothers and all of them. CPEP contracts, as a matter of fact. Her brothers, her father. Maybe she have short memory, And even before election, they was only helping the PNM people. They were passing other people who was desperately in need of stuff and giving them yes, 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 that was the word. And they turned it back on everybody. How they know it all? How they know it all now? It's crazy. They don't care about anybody but themselves. Few, just a little clique. Take care.
She did say no that she
Pleasant good morning to you. I'm
PNM
a first time
official
caller
long.
to your show. But I always listen to different platform. I listen to Irvin Felix and I listen to Miss Bernie and different people I listen to. And these are the people that convinced me to vote first time for the UNC. And I want to thank my MP, Mr. Hanson Narayan Singh, because I only visited him on Tuesday gone, and he told me that he's going to come and assess our problem, which is road fixing. And I am so glad and thankful that we all came together and voted out this wicked regime, that PNM. For 9.5 years we suffered, we all suffered a lot, and I want us to keep together. We have to stick together, to keep them out. They must not see the corridor of power for the next 15 years in this land. Thank you so much. Pleasant good morning to you, Mr. Andy Williams, and each and everyone that is listening to Real Talk. At the end of the day, what I would like my government, our government, to be done is that come out and show the world what was going on in CPEP. Show us all what was going on. So when we see it and the world see it, then such a line to Team Crap or what it have on the other side will shut up them out. And this is what we want. Transparency. Transparency. This is what we want to move, and we are going to move forward. So this is what I'm asking our Prime Minister to do. Show us all, the public, what was going on in CPEP. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Lennox was saying something. Lennox, go ahead. Somebody said they're managing something with love now. What's that?
At that very small special convention held at the city hall, you notice they would normally go at Napa and these places, but because of the contraction of the support, they had to do it at the city hall. Well, she said that she will manage the PNM with love. With love.
Yeah.
And it's a new PNM. Yeah, it's a new PNM. Of course, we heard that from Manny. We heard that from Rowley. So we know what that love is and what that new PNM will be.
Poison
so
Ivy.
We have had enough of that. Ad nauseum.
Poison Ivy. Go ahead, caller. Morning.
Good morning, Andy. Good morning, Lennox. Good morning, Mickie K. This is William from Toronto, Canada. Locked on live.
Nice. Go ahead, Williams. What's your contribution on the Gong Report this morning?
I'm looking at the program this morning, and you know these politicians are lucky it's not another part of the world, because usually a corrupted government are dealt with differently. You know what I mean? The people are so enraged. But I remember in 1962 when Trinidad wanted independence, all we do is ask for it. We never went out on protests. They just give it to us because they give it to us with strings. And these strings are strings of control that has been passed on to the PNM government. You know, they have the whole cake and they give the people a little crumbs, and we think we're getting something. The amount of money Trinidad had over the years with the oil, the Trinidad and Tobago country should be in such a beautiful, well-established place. Because if you think of since in 1962, the amount of money passed through Trinidad with the oil-rich economy we have, this country should be way, way advanced than everybody else in the Caribbean. But it has been established since in those days that you give the poor people a little bit, and you only 1% could take as much as you want. When Kamala was in power, the prime minister, for a little short time, so much was done because the money was being funneled to the right areas. The money is always there. It's what they're doing with it. So these politicians are lucky. And if the honorable prime minister now is back in power again and she's going to do what is needed to be done with the money, Trinidad going to be better. That is what we need to look at, the bigger picture. This is all about a mindset where the people has been taught that we have to fight among ourselves while the elite take the money. And you remember the days when Eric Williams' daughter said she's going to lend Trinidad money when he was doing bad? That was lending us back our own money. So this corruption going on since from 1962. Anyway, gentlemen, have a good day. I know we're short of time, but it's always a pleasure listening to you. And it's a well-informed program. And we in the outside will appreciate you guys. God bless.
Thank you very much. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Go ahead, caller. Pleasant good morning to you.
Good morning, Ground Report. Andy Tunapuna here, taking that second by brother. You hear me, Andy?
Go ahead, Mr. Tunapuna.
All right, let me just share this. On Saturday's Express, page 4, Attorney General John Jeremy says the government is fixing the opposition mistakes. That's one. Two, on the same paper, page 3, termination followed review advice from the Attorney General. Barry Padarat said that the decision that was taken to terminate these contracts and whatnot was on the advice of the Attorney General, and it said no feasibility study was done, in terms of renewal of contract, no parliamentary, no agreements was made or anything like that, no approval from the amounting to 300 contracts or whatnot. They failed to secure the families and it's a whole series of things that was outlined in this thing there with the Attorney General saying that, hey, you see this thing? We have to scrap this business because this is widespread corruption. But what is even more fascinating, fellas and citizens, they keep harping on that the Revenue Authority, we would have lost, I don't know how much, $11 billion in revenue collection. Listen to this. Sunday Express, page 72. And here what it says. The Financial Intelligence Unit, $8.9 billion in suspicious reports, suspicious transactions. And nothing was being done to address this. And they said the money was of suspicious transactions in the country in 2024 amounted to $8.9 billion. And it will also raise some concern with the banking sector. All of them, this report said they received a total of 1,459 suspicious transactions and activities reports from banking institutions non-banking financial institutions, non-regulated financial institutions, attorneys at law, motor vehicle sales, private members club, and real estate. And if the PNM was really serious about dealing with white-collar crime and the mafia connection and the cartel and all of them, you wouldn't. How come now that you're seeing this article printed? Why the hell these things wasn't published when the PNM was in government? Huh? Therefore, it calls now on the Attorney General and this government to go after these people. And as I've always said, the Financial Intelligence Unit only was sleeping, the Security and Exchange Commission only was sleeping. Huh? How come only didn't think this? The banking sector and all these people, Andy, the cartel and everything that exists. The time has reached now, Andy. We have to forget thing about who is big investors in this country, is lock up on my side, because all of them with the draining of the foreign exchange and whatnot, and all the banks and them handle this foreign exchange and all of that, Andy. There ought to be a thorough investigation, because this is widespread money laundering, white-collar crime, corruption, thieving taking place. How come Dan Paul and all these fellas and them, who was the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance, how come all of them pick up on that? You and call me, but and whatnot. And then he had the goal to come and tell me in the parliament, Dan Paul, that 2.3 or how much, $2.6 billion not missing. I tell you, Keith Rowley, call me, but Stuart Young, and all you, Dan Paul, the governor of the central bank, all you have to be investigated, because things happen too much. Money cannot be accounted for. Widespread corruption and waste and whatnot. And all you sit down on the bottom. And all you do nothing to investigate it. Now you hear about the Financial Intelligence Unit talking about $8.9 billion in suspicious transactions taking place. And the banking sector with all these surcharges and things for every little transaction you make. And would you believe it now? Scotia Bank, if you go to them, you have account to them, and you want a bank statement, you know what they're doing? They're charging you $30. This is just for you. But you know what you could do? You could get it online, if you go online. So just go to, so in other words, stationary printing to give you a copy of your bank statement, they're cutting back on that. You go online, and all they're doing, you're going to see it, these banks are going to cut back on staffing, Andy. It's going to have a serious thing. I want to hear the Bankers Association. I want to hear the criminal lawyers, the justice system come out and deal with these people.
You ain't going to hear that. You ain't going to hear that. The banking system and the criminal lawyer coming out against the bank to say this is a real wickedness. That you have to pay for a bank statement when you're already paying for service fees. That is a member of the bank. You want a bank statement, whether to go to the embassy or to some institution just to prove that you have an account there, or however you go. You have to pay $30 for it? Nah, boy. Hey.
So, Andy, the point I'm making to you is this. If this government, who was unanimously elected by the people of this country to clean up the corruption and deal with every avenue, every aspect of corruption, from whether who in office, from the conglomerates and all of them, including the banking sector, unless we don't deal with this. And I am saying this, I am calling on Commissioner Guevara. You is the man that right now, I can't say the DPP, because the DPP went sweeping for over all these years. And there was so much things to be investigated. Nothing was being done. Guevara, you have a responsibility. And as I would say this again, with all them credits accreditation that you have to your name, of this you qualify, that you have this MBA, this, bam, unless you have put that into use. It is no damn thing, Everything will be a failure. Exactly. And the time has reached. We have to lock up people.
Yes. Thanks so much, Mr. Tunapuna.
Thank you for your contribution.
With Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
You have it there, Andy?
Andy. Pleasant good morning again. I don't in Carnage, right? I don't in down by the market, right? And I meet some people. We just having a little simple discussion about that same situation, the same CPAP and thing. And what is really taking place, like for instance in Carnage here, it have mother and daughter, they are contracted to their CPAP contract. The chairman of CDA, he has CPAP contract. And what Shoma do? Shoma do not, and Shoma is the next one, and one they call Shoma. So it have 4 CPAP contractors from Abbey Pajat Street to School Street, right? Not from Point Commander to Shagamas. I'm talking about just in Canada alone, right? So, and with the mobilization thing, what they're doing, they have a big meeting. That's a meeting when? They have a meeting Wednesday in the Point Commander School, trying to mobilize the same little poor black boy and black girls and them to make them feel like them lost the work. Right? So when you get this voice tone, just put it over the right way, please now. Let them 10,000 people know that they ain't lost the work. It's the 360 contractors, what will be out of a contract. Let them know that from a please now, brother.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. Let's stop playing games with this madness. That's right.
Good
Hold before you
morning.
move on. Go ahead.
And all the ground port media personnel. God bless you all today and God bless you all show. But I have an issue this morning thinking about it all. What we have the 2 Tobago seats doing there? They're supposed to be in our parliament supporting our government, our new government, with the voting of all these legislation because they're demanding money from Trinidad for nothing. They always demand money from Trinidad and we have there no benefits from them. Our government have to think about what it is really going on. There are like a gap in what's going on here. Because their 2 votes in Tobago could be in our parliament voting off and making us always the majority. They have to sit down and think of what really going on there with Tobago. They can't get things just so. No. They have to take it over and talk about it. Thank you very much for giving me this time. Have a blessed day.
Okay.
Is Lennox Smith talking? Is Lennox Smith making a contribution?
Nah, that is on e-phone. He talking, what be talking on e-phone. You gotta get headphones, you know. I'm begging this man for headphones, Mikey. Begging this
I don't
man.
know if you can get him on the inside. I don't know. Lennox, are you there? Are you there, Lennox?
You're talking to me? Nah, it look like you're talking to me. Let me continue those voice notes there. It look like it's we talking today, boy. Let's continue.
All right, run the voice notes.
Good morning, Andy. Good morning, Lennox. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning to everybody in your life. Andy, hear this now. You know, I saw the news last night and I watching these PNM people and them, right? Especially that crop face looking one from Port of Spain there. You know, I think it's Scotty or whatever they just call him. And Penelope Beckers and these people and them. People and them well disgusting, you know. They're well disgusting, you know. But I know what's going on with them. The new self-abuse and blue lights coming. I like what the Attorney General said in the Parliament that he is going to war with all of them. And them know what's coming, you know. Them using any and every opportunity or what they feel is an opportunity, right? To create a firestorm in this country and to create civil unrest in this country, you know. That's what these people and them doing. These set of canal conks on them. But watch where they will never, ever be a PNM in Trinidad and Tobago again. These people are too wicked and evil. You see how they're using CPAP, you know, to create a firestorm? It's not the people, it's just the contractors and them. I hear Dolly Farah, I think. Dolly Farah, somebody was saying that. I know how true it is. He and all get contract and all kind of things in CPAP. I knew Kroko. You see how far they reaching? And I tell you, boy, your mind full of feces. Your mind is so filled with feces. Look how far you reached the man child now. Boy, look, God go deal with all your boy.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Again, don't forget to send you all at least a nickname or name and what area you all from to the WhatsApp number 3663053. It's time to save up some of those thousands of numbers that don't have a name listed to it. Okay? Oh boy, so make sure you send those things there. For those of you that know that I don't have your all number and, well, only name anywhere. Go ahead, caller. Where are you calling from?
A pleasant good morning, Andy. Mr. Lennox, Mickie, great program yesterday, director, our Kyle family, and all on the live stream. Clarification this morning, the shortest PM from March 17th, 2025 to April 28th, 2025. His picture was not removed. It was just shifted to make room for our honorable political leader, Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bissessa, SC, to be up on the wall. My burning question this morning, Andy, where is the justice for those 4 divers and their families today? They haven't received 1 penny and still waiting for justice. Let's talk about the 25,000 workers. Job loss under the past regime, CPEP in 2025, Metal, TDC, GHRL, Petrotrin contractors, TSTT, Carony Greens. It was not political then. This opposition have no shame. Coming to talk now about CPEP workers losing their jobs, only to make mischief. CPEP, to my understanding, is a program which is used as a temporary relief program for growth and to move on to something better and make room for others who really need help. Today, moving on, today, all eyes on those independent senators. We want to see how independent they are. Have a blessed day, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Nice. Vidya said, Andy, the 2 Tobago MPs are in Parliament and they have voted in favor of the government in the debates. Right. So the 2 Tobago MPs do be in Parliament for the person that had concerns about the 2 Tobago MPs. Remember, I don't think they are senators. They are MPs. All right. So thank you. Let's continue. Morning caller, where are you calling from? And what's your contribution on the Gong Report this morning?
This caller called about, she sent a voice note about the Tobago senators, and it's very untrue. Because we, the 2 Tobago MPs have been supporting, and I'm from Tobago.
All right.
We have, and I'm saying we because everybody wins, you know how. But we have been supporting the bills as they come. What we don't have nobody in the Senate. We have the Melanie Roberts Rajman. She was appointed by the
She was appointed by the. Go ahead.
She was appointed by the opposition leader, but we have nobody else down in the Senate. In past, we had Dr. Remy and some next lady, but MP Sampson and MP Thomas have been supporting the bills, and our chief sec has said that we are going to support the UNC when needs be. So that woman with that voice note, please get off of Tobago back. We are there and we are supporting.
Yes,
right?
Yes, my Tobago family.
We are supporting, Andy and Mickie K. All right?
Yes.
That is what my chief sec said, and that is what we have been doing. So please, Please. Thank you very much, Andy. Have a good day, my people.
Nice. Thank you very much, Tobago. And to all of our brothers and sisters in our sister in Tobago, thank you for looking onto the ground report. And we are aware of your full support for Kamla Prasad Bisesa and the government. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Nice. I know, like, Wale was just kind of dropping off now. Go ahead, caller. Morning.
Good morning, Andy, Lennox, Mickie, Trinidad and Tobago. Okay, Lennox. Andy, I would like to say, to tell that caller who the voice noter and Tobago just correct it the right way. What I want to tell that caller, if there's a PNM under the wine, make sure the Balizé flowers is not flowers in, right? Because the two Tobago members, the elect, that contribute to the House of the Tobago issues, and they talk on behalf of Tobago, right? And they contribute in the parliament. They support the vote, yes, twice and 3 times when the vote was taken, every time they support. The next thing and all too, I would like to tell Ms. Penelope Beckers, right, that when you're talking about Lawson work and train out, right here in Faizabad, it had a contractor, was in CPEP. When the PNM came in office, he lost his contract, and his brother was a councillor in the PNM, work on the mats. And then so when all the talking, and then media, all the saying that they didn't talk about selling home CPEP workers, we didn't sell home CPEP workers, you know. If all they follow in the UNC, and all they want to stop making mischief, because in the first cabinet press briefing, it came up that they talk about how much contractors was selected and extended contract on the 25th of April. They talk about it in the first press briefing they had. And the Honorable Prime Minister, Chief Minister, and talk about it, and they say more to come. And when they get to the bottom of it and they do due diligence in the ministry, and they will find out all who, excuse me. So now it come, and you telling me, you seen that directly, the father, I want to know who is the $4.1 million contractor is, right? What they advertise in Parliament. So that's all the club then think first and see all the executive and where the high level, because the program, right? When you're sending an application to register to be a contractor on the board with them, they tell you, yes, you're on file. And in the next rotation, after every 3-year contract, they're telling you have to reapply and send in new documents with financial audit financial report to them. So how it is they can just come and extend. But you know what? I wonder if it's a new lawyer who jumped ship. They try to make it look good. But all they try to see people get out of political mileage. The people don't want to be in slavery again. They want freedom. And all the feel like all the voter base, all will be lost in. So fight hard. But what I want all to fight for, Penny, is that the pension plan of the petroleum workers and the medical plan, all the fight to see if we can get back for winner. And $225 million, all they move and put it in a Sajiko, bring it back. Have a nice day, Trinidad and Tobago.
Hello, good morning, caller. Where are you calling from, or what's your contribution on the Gong Report this morning?
Gong Report, morning, California here, right?
Go ahead, California.
Yeah, long time here, talk right. Here, listen. I'm following up some of the election scene, I think I'm listening to what's going on, right? I have a complaint this morning. They employ a chairman for TNTech, right? And I do the research on the man because I know the man. You understand? And that position that he get as the chairman of TNTech, he do not have the qualification to fit that job. And I'm going to believe that the person responsible for he getting that job is Mr. Father X, because he's the councillor and the MP for this side. And I do the research as to the qualification you have to be a chairman in TNT. And I know the man is telling you he do not have that qualification, right? I wanted to do some investigation because UNC don't start with the corruption already, right? I just let you know one time.
Pleasant good morning, Tony Ford, Andy, Lennox, Mikey, and TNT. Andy, I just want to find out something. I was reading on social media that they are planning a protest and with the CPEP workers and stuff. I was just wondering, I wonder if the riot police could be out. I wonder if they could get tear gas. Just asking.
Hello, caller. Good morning. Where are you calling from and what's your contribution on the Gong Report this morning?
Good morning, man. The Silver Fox
Go
here.
ahead, Andy. Go ahead.
Go ahead. All right.
The Silver Fox in town.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Silver Fox.
Yes, man. I want a woman that calling about the two MPs from Tobago stop spreading propaganda. Right? Let she stop that. Now, let me say something to you. When our election is won, I think that the president must go to with whoever party she with, leave office, right? Because the party have lost. And what I have to say about the PNM, now they fool and suffer the people so long. Fool and suffer the people so long till they fool themselves out of office. And the people keep asking where the money coming from. Let this government take the money from those PNM MPs who was in power, because their bank accounts have all of our money, so we could take it and do for our country and for Trinidad and Tobago. Now, these people are so evil that Teojong don't even understand that he is not hungry, and he will even back down from getting that money that the Parliament is seeking to fight not to give him. You have to back away. If you want people to start to support back the party, you have to give up certain things. You're not hungry. Back off of that, right? That's showing that you don't care about your supporters. You don't care about them. These set of foolish people, right? They are voting for you, and they don't understand that you don't care about them. And who find that I'm talking about the Tobago MPs? Let me tell you something. Foolish pride does not carry us no way. Understand that well. Again, I will say it. Foolish pride does not put us nowhere in this world. Thank you.
Nice. What boy? Tobago and Tobago MPs had the full support of the general now, boy. What? Duke is off no more. Anyway, let me say pleasant good morning to Mother Bernie. I heard Mikey was saying him out there just now. I think I have a voice note from Mother Bernie, man. Yeah. That's some voice notes where we had to play out it quick. Let me think.
All right, I think we're back on track now. But before we get into all of that,
all right, go ahead. Before
we go back, Lennox is on?
Yes, Lennox is on.
All right. I think he's
I'm here.
All right. Well, speaking yesterday at the party's headquarters in Chaguanas, Barry Parra, the line minister with CPEP, said the government plans to return the company to its original moorings and get people in more sustainable jobs. So he says, when I hear about the mothers who need to put food on their tables, buy school books, that is why the government's thrust. This government's thrust is to ensure that we have the laptop program, that we can have affordable food prices. So it is not about keeping people in the mindset of cutting grass for the rest of their lives. It is about empowering them and empowering their children to have a better quality of life. He claimed that CPEP was used as a political pawn to have people to go to political meetings, wear a red jersey, waive her balize for a meager fee at the end of the month. And, you know, and when you look at it, when people come out with this narrative all of a sudden about, you know, school is opening soon, it's going on holidays, people are going to need money to put food on the table, buy school uniforms, buy books and what have you, the PNM should really and truly be ashamed of themselves, especially Penelope Beckles. You sat there, ma'am. You sat there in that cabinet, and I am quite certain that all the times that people like Alwari and Young and others recused themselves from cabinet had nothing to do with the interests of the very same people that you are claiming now that are being victimized by this government. Not one policy, not one program you ever put forward to benefit these very said people. Now in your whole hypocritical essence, you're trying to come now and act as though you're defending them and you're standing on their interests. You are wrong. You are wrong. None of them. Whether Penny had a short stint at the Ministry of Housing, what program did she put in place? What program did she put in order to help these very said people that she are claiming are now being victimized and being sent home, and there's no justification for what government is doing when it comes to this program? What did she do? Did you tell your colleague, listen, your brother's business that was a simple financial leasing company that evolved into what you call it, a bank, that then evolved into a mortgage bank. Yeah, that evolved into a mortgage bank overnight with so much assets that at one time was claiming that they could help people get the outstanding money that is owed to them by government. But of course, they're going to charge them a fee. You sat there when all of that was taking place. You were there. You said nothing. You didn't stand up for these very said people. You didn't tell your colleagues stop stuffing their face. You didn't tell them to stop lining their pockets, that of their friends, their family, and finances. You did absolutely nothing. Now today you want to cry crocodile tears and make it look as though you coming out here and standing up, according to them, with their PNM lawyers. Nonsense, utter rubbish, and not on our watch. And that's why the ground report will tell it as it is. No reporter has gone there and pushed a mic in their face and given them the history of all that they have done to destroy this country and hold them accountable. None of them have held the PNM accountable for the damage that the UNC is trying to clean up today. So dismiss us with that utter rubbish.
Well said, my friend. Well said, my friend. I couldn't put it better except to add that, of course, the conspiracy to close down Petrotrin and to put us in the what I consider be financial, economic, and foreign exchange tailspin. I mean, is monumental. And I suspect when Jeremy was saying, I'll go to war with you, you and you, I would have assumed that, among other things, he would have had that in mind. The entire cabinet stood there. In fact, we got, of course, information from the representative for Labre that they cannot find the cabinet note that said that the cabinet agreed to close down Petrotrin. Worse yet, we cannot get the whether they tried the True Freedom of Information or otherwise from Petrotrin itself, the former Petrotrin, the notes would have been there, the paper trail would have been there. They can't find the decision of the board then to close down Petrotrin. So what conclusion one has to draw? It was, as we were saying all the time, a criminal enterprise that was created of a mafia-style nature. And that was, in fact, the PNM, of which Penelope Beckles and others were intrinsically involved.
Madam, you were there. Madam, you were there. Don't come now and talk about these people who can make ends meet and they're being exploited. And Madam, you were there. You never spoke to your colleagues. You didn't stand up. There was no leadership then. There was no caring then. There was no passion then, Penny. Come on, man. We've been in this business far too long. We're in the business of saving this country. We're in the business of making sure that there's good governance, accountability, transparency, and delivery of services to all citizens, whether they voted or not. That is what this is about. not for you trying to get your agenda across and try to look as though that you are some leader. You're a square peg. You're out of your element. This is not for you. Those who trying to prop you up and dragging you along like a weekend at Bernie's, you cannot do the job. You don't have what it takes. And you have all these little imps around you making comments. Imagine Marvin getting airtime. Marvin getting airtime. Alwari trying to make sense. Penny, you ain't shame of yourself, girl. You ain't shame. You ain't standing on business for nobody. Andy, who we have out there? Morning. And listen, we're also trying to get in touch with Barry Parat. Anybody close to Barry Parat, please let the minister know, the goodly minister know, that we need about 5 or 10 minutes of his time. We don't let people go away with this narrative. We ain't doing that. This is not mainstream media, legacy media with the nonsense. This is the ground report. So anybody close to Mr. Parrott, please let him know the ground report. Trying to reach him for a little 10 minutes. Also, Dr. David Lee. Let me say good morning to Dr. David Lee. Please inform him that the ground report. Anil, please let Dr. David Lee know that we are trying to reach him. Please. Thank you. Go ahead, Andy.
Andy, good morning. I was reading the Express this morning where Bharat Maharaj, a big staunch PNM from Shagwana, Chamber of Commerce president, talking about the oil field worker reopening and one set of garbage. When Rowley was there, the mouth couldn't open. They couldn't tell Rowley to close on the petrochem. There's something wrong with doing, but now they're talking so much stupidness. I know why these people don't shut up and stay quiet. You understand? Because they know they're all PNM, and today's a day that they don't like where you answer with the election. About that man is a big PNM. You see? He was one of Rowley boy. So I said to him, shut up and stay quiet and let the government run the business and do what they have to do.
Good morning, Andy, Lennox, and Mickie. Everybody making noise about CPEP workers and CPEP contractors. I never know it's so much corrupt people here in Trinidad and Tobago that making noise about a CPEP thing there. And so much brotherhood around doers. They join the brotherhood around doers. Everybody doing and saying what they want now about these CPEP workers. They never said that they're going home for good. They want to restructure. When they close down Petrochin, nobody get up with a battery of lawyers. When the divers, nobody get battery of lawyers to make sure that the family get compensation. In Tobago, when London, I get cut off, Andy. When they was in Tobago and they closed down the Tobago ministry where Kamala the Ray opened up for Dr. Baker and them to run. Nobody didn't come with a battery of lawyers. Nobody didn't come when they sent home a set of URP and CPEP workers. Some of them never walk back. When they're taking away money from Tobago and where they're supposed to get in the budget and they're giving them some and keep back some. Nobody didn't come with a battery of lawyers. Everybody was saying, all in favor, say aye, and the ayes have it. They wasn't fighting, but you know you're talking about Tobago suffering most. Who tells you we suffering? We don't want no slope, penny slope. We don't want your slope. You're going down in a slope, finish, go down in the dungeon, in the precipice and break your neck. Not in Tobago. When is the next election? Is the same blows. And any one before, more blows. So to tell them, leave we alone and leave the woman, let she do she work, she know what she's doing, and she have a better battery of work, lawyers in her party than those liars and those waste of time, some never even pass maths, and all these things to fight for what? You're fighting for something that all you know, all wrong, all too disrespectful and dishonest. So God and sleeping, He will pay for everything that all you do, the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Blessed morning to the ground report. Blessed morning to the listening public. Andy, my contribution is these PNM people never matter party intend to destroy this country because they have lose power and lose the dignity. They intend to create a rat in this country using that 10 figure when there's only 350 on that contract, and they are allowing these people to do what they want, when they want, how they want. They are not there anymore. They need to spat down. Their time pass and go on. Something needs to be done. They need to investigate the president. People watching the picture, things are not in right order. They're supposed to be. Something needs to be done. They want to mash up because the country.
Well, let me finish some voice notes.
They're not looking for sympathy, they're looking for war. As somebody said, and just saw looking for war in this country, trying to mash up the country. They have no dignity. That happened. They're walking upside down. Like a dashboard dog, the head shaking.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. Ember hot on the track with CPAP contract. One person in Parliament.
Go ahead, caller. Morning.
Good morning to the Gong Report.
Morning to you. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution on the Gong Report this morning?
Okay, I am calling from South. Whilst I agree with the restructuring of the CPAP program, in the interim, who is going to see about the environment of the country in terms of the cleaning and the sanitizing of the areas? Could you ask this, please? Thank you.
All right. So there's that question. So let me continue. In the interim, who will see about the environment and the sanitizing of the areas and thing? I will say the corporations. All right. Let me continue.
But no, that's not the issue here. The issue here, that's a good question in the sense that, listen, perhaps there are areas that have been overlooked. Perhaps it's being done with the, not the greatest of efficiency. All of these things are part of the assessment. That's what the administration wants to do. Make a serious assessment and say, listen, there are areas that may be overlooked. There are areas that, more work needs to be done. All of these things have to be evaluated. So I don't think it's going to be a long, drawn-out process. And I think people are mixing things up where as far as the execution of the work, government wants to get back to that as quickly as possible. These 10,000 people names, and well, these numbers that are being bandied about in itself, these are not the people that government is aiming or targeting. Government wants to look at the administrative process, the whole issue of how this thing is being run, how it's being governed, how it's being managed. And by making that assessment, they would know exactly where the allocations are going, who's benefiting. Is the money actually reaching the people that are doing the work? Is there any ghost teams? All of these things. So I don't think, again, it's going to be a long, drawn-out process. It's taking evaluation and seeing how best the program can be efficient and getting back to the core objective of what it was set up for. That's it.
And gentlemen, that is standard practice. You cannot go into a new scenario where you came out of an election process. You are totally new. You will want to assess what happened in the last administration, particularly in this particular circumstance where there was so much what I consider to be accusations, and I'm being generous here. So many accusations of one kind or another across, and then you find yourself in a situation that was not told to you, that no ministry have money. They have exhausted their budgetary allocation. So obviously, you will have to do some evaluation. And as a standard practice, I started with that because the PNM did that when they came into office in 2015. Let us not waste time. And therefore is obvious. And what they did, unlike this administration, they literally ignored certain projects, such as, of course, the construction of schools that would have been 95% complete totally, and went, of course, and deal with the Banlara Stadium, for example, to add to the $1 billion already in expenditure, a further, I think, $900 million or work to that effect. So therefore, let us not waste time. Not 900 million, but about 90 million, I believe. So there you have it.
And you're right.
That is standard practice.
Yes,
Standard practice.
That's right. And I'm glad that you cleared that up, Lennox, because that's what we're here to do. We're to clear up all of this propaganda and all of this smoke and deflection and nonsense that these people want to try to generate to take away from the core issue here. The core objective of the administration is checks and balances. How are you running the affairs based on the taxpayers' money, and are people getting value for what they're putting in? Are you delivering, and are you serving the people of Trinidad and Tobago, or are you simply just serving your own interests? The administration is making it clear. The people come first. That is the top priority. Not themselves, not their friends, not their family, and certainly not their finances. And if you listen to legacy media and if you read what is being printed, imagine they printed something about some quarrying that was illegal up in the Grande area and what have you. And they went on to talk about the person who's allegedly behind all of this is affiliated with both political parties. And what does that have to do with anything? What are you trying to say with this narrative? If there's a situation, have you called upon the DPP, the TTPS, to go and arrest the situation? What are you talking about? If WASA has an issue, then the issue should be about trying to solve it. And if you know individuals that you could go to and talk to and rectify the situation, because water doesn't know politics. Water doesn't know red, water doesn't know yellow, it doesn't know green, it doesn't know any of these things. And if you know the genesis of what the problem is and what is causing the situation, then go and see how best you can rectify it. Don't try to get some kind of points or try to take the narrative into a political line and talk about the individual has been doing this for years and they link with top people in both parties. And you see, again, this is just how biased they are. And the intention is not to bring about the information where people could say, okay, they're giving us information where we could call upon the authorities to fix it. No, it's just about making bacchanal and couture. That's all they're about. So people understand, we don't want you to fall victim to that. Legacy media has no good intentions, not one. And we've seen that. We've seen that before the election, during the election. So don't be surprised now that they continue with their mischief. That's all they're about. Stay focused. It's the ground report. You have corridor transformation. You have the observer bringing it to you raw, undiluted, and cutting straight to the point. You can't rely on nobody else. Who you have there, Andy?
I'm glad that you mentioned water, because in St. Joseph, of course, I just got a complaint here online that there is no water there for some days now. And of course, the argument is that the former representative for the area, they are saying around his general area, there seem to be a perpetual, or should I say, a constant supply. But of course, outside of that, in St. Joseph, it's people are not getting, and it seems to continue to today. So that might be some information that WASA would look at, because it's a question of turncocks and putting on, of course, the water. You doing their duty and turning on the water at the appropriate time.
That's no surprise. That's never did his job. Go ahead, Andy.
Ember hot on the track with CPAP contract. One person in Parliament has 4 contracts. On top of it, they give him to see about the lookout in Parliament. Too much shipping is going on. And part of that is right. Correct it. The next one they have to deal with is forestry. People from finance have contract deal with forestry. I ain't asking you, I'm telling you all. Deal with forestry.
Marvel and the Marvel, the Marvel. And the other morning I gave the Marvel. It is now. When PNM win in back the election, all the UNC contractors was fired, and they bring back their people, and one man alone have about 5 gangs. One man alone have about 5 gangs running in Marvel. You understand? And if you're not a PNM, you can't work on his gang. You understand? He get rid of a lot of UNC people who he believed to be UNC. He get rid of them, and he take his own people. You understand? He take his own PNM people to work with his 5 gangs. So what them doing there is just getting rid of the biased contractors and bringing back people who will give everybody work, whether the UNC, whether the PNM, whether they are all Trinidadians. Right? We are all Trinidadians, not to say, well, you know what I mean? If I'm Grenada or I'm St. Vincent. You know, we are all Trinidadians. So whether UNC, whether PNM, whether what, we are Trinidadians. So they bring back their people. And up to now, no UNC people ain't getting no work in the last 10 years. They ain't getting no work. These people on the breadline for the last 10 years, all UNC workers on the 10 years. So what this man is trying to do is bring everybody back. Get good contractors, so everybody will get a kakada in their pocket. I am telling you that. Marvel, only PNM workers. Like, Andy, if you could give Lennox my number and let Lennox try and get in contact with me, I have 1 or 2 things I would like to say very seriously. You understand? Yeah.
All right, you go call Lennox. You see the green ticker there? That Lennox number there, not the calling number. You see that green ticker going across the screen there? Right, what's the green ticker right there? So, right, look at
337-6940.
Nice. 337-6940. Call Lennox Smith.
337-6940. Get on to Mr. Smith.
Pleasant good morning and good morning again. This is my second voice note. Andy, I hope you kept the first one too. But pleasant good morning, Mikey, Lennox, and Andy. Pleasant good morning, everyone on the line. Well, I have a little question. I don't know if the panel could probably answer this question. And one of this is concerning the CPEP contracts, right? If Parliament has been dissolved before the general election, and after the fact that they were dissolved, they are legally bounded to do contracts within that space of time, or is the country will be run on autopilot? Because if you dissolve the government or the parliamentarians and them is not functioning, are they allowed still to do contracts after the fact, or it's okay for them to do that? So that's one question. And the second thing concerning CPEP, well, if I mean, this is just my opinion. So if I was the government, I would let them go through this lawsuit and whatever it is, and whatever they have to do, and because they have the rights. And I would have just open up another entity, you know, and have new contractors come in and apply, and then give them the same opportunity of others. And so while that's in court and being tied up, those who are assigned as a class action, as long they are not affiliated, because you know some of them might be innocent to the point, we don't know. But if the innocent ones are inside of that class action, then you could probably decide to see if you will take them or not. And if not, if all of them are on the same bandwagon of corruption, then just leave them, let them go through the phase and just get a new entity going. You know, that's just my opinion. All right, blessings everyone. Pleasant good morning and good morning again. This is my second voice note. Andy, I hope you kept the first one too. But concerning this, the senators and them, let me ask us a simple question, if anybody can answer it. No, if the president has appointed them, right, as in black and white. So the question is the president term is going to be ended soon? And if so, if a new president comes in, can they remove those existing senators from there? And that's the question. Thank you.
Well, quickly, Andy, the last one is easy. Yes, the new president will, of course, have pick their own. So it means that those who are there would have to move out if the president that succeeds is so inclined. With respect, of course, to whether the government is functional when an election is called, yes, because it is converted into what is called a caretaker government, so it can make decisions. Suppose, for example, a war broke out that would cause the postponement of the elections. The government will have to make decisions, even though Parliament has been prorogued. So, from that perspective, yes, but it's more caretaker. So it's a question of principle and ethics and what is right and wrong. It was wrong, of course, to make such a decision. And in this particular case, from what we have heard, not even the cabinet was aware of the increase in the large number of that was increased as far as CPEP workers, or should I say contractors, are concerned.
That's right. Andy, I don't know if you could get on to the PRO of the UNC. I sent you the number, Dr. Kirk Megu, to highlight this issue. He has been very outspoken about this. He was yesterday at the party's headquarters press conference, made it quite clear. He's even coming under attack from some individuals talking about that he aggressively is going after. But anyhow, he'll clear the air on that. Let's hear from the PRO, Dr. Kirk Megu. Please get on to him.
All right,
man. Good morning, Ground Report. My name is Meek from Sando. And then Robert said that they had to take it down to shift it across to replace the picture of the present one.
Oh, God. Hey, let me try to get his PR over the time.
Good morning, Andy Williams. I am Piper calling from San Fernando West. Here now.
Oh, boy. Right, hold on, call. I'll try to get on to the PR already. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
Yeah, see if you can reach him, because the independent senators, according to in one of the newspapers today, independent senators push back on UNC anti-government claims. These claims justifiable. I mean, Dr. Megu has made it clear by stating that the recent Children's Life Fund debate, where during 3 committee stage votes, the independent bench sided with the opposition, forcing the Senate president to use his casting vote to break a 15-15 tie. And on 3 occasions. But of course, you have Mr. Vera, who is an independent senator, saying that if the government wants support from the independent bench, that's easy. Just give us some of the issues, use compelling and persuasive arguments. You think that might work better than trying to demean and belittle us via veiled threats and attempts at intimidation. Very strong words.
Very, very strong there are words. 2 things. People in the know, people who are esoteric and they in the know will know that there are two what I call contradictory developments that would have taken place. One, the sitting president would have said that people should, of course, adhere to the gospel of the PNM. And then he himself, on a matter that was not connected to the parliament itself, of course, Annie Roberts making a statement outside of the parliament, making indirect reference to the president. He brought that into the parliament to take Annie Roberts before the privileges committee. So one has to say that there's some kind of anybody with a modicum of common sense will have to consider that there's some kind of conspiracy between, of course, the presidency and, of course, the presence of those so-called independent persons that are supposed to be on the independent bench in the Senate.
Go ahead, caller. Short and sweet. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution on the going for this morning?
I'm calling from Tobago. That lady that called a while ago, tell her to be able to not foolish people. Just need to be going on those please just to be we support, we don't want anybody to be good. At no time. They are erased completely. They become like an iron steel. You know iron steel on a piece of cloth?
Yes.
Because never do come as close, whatever you use the steel doesn't come up. So we have PNM to be no way they will come back here. They're wasting time. And the two representatives for Tobago, the thing, let them go and look for some kind of okay, or not that big truck with some kind of thing. That's why we waste our time going to okay.
All right, Tobago.
Yes.
Before you go, just give me a first name now, so I will save this number here 1 time.
My name is Abraham Roberts.
Abraham Roberts?
Yes.
Abraham Roberts. All right.
That's correct. Yeah.
All right, Tobago. Nice. Not getting through my key, but I'll play some voice notes by the time.
Andy, I have to call you back because it's a joke for me. Kronenberg is a real PNM stooge, a political PNM stooge, because he acted as prime minister for how much time? I can't even count. And he still didn't end up as prime minister. They put the Chinese man instead. I had a good laugh on him. And he's still there kissing up behind them. He's still kissing up. You know why? Because he full in the pocket meanwhile. So he did over there.
Andy, Mickie, Lennox, Smith, and Tobago Central here. Pleasant, good morning. Andy, here now. Yes. You see the stinking, nasty piping sprung in Hanover, Carolina country, dead, wicked, cold-hearted, dirty, stink piping PNM government? Let me tell you something, Trinbagonians. All of them could haul. You understand? Put the nuts where the monkey doesn't want to put it. Right? Because here what's going on. All you out of order and all you out of service and all you out of touch with the people and them. You understand what we're saying? All you running up all yourself to say about all you taking of the people and this and that and the other. All you need like good for all yourself, boy, to fill all your pocket, boy. And all you feel the whole country and observe that they didn't realize that. All is too nasty and corrupted PNM. That's why all they get voted out. And all they get voted a little bit, all they get voted by the thousands. You understand? People just fed up all here. All they running up all themselves not to say about all they taking care of the CPF workers. The CPF workers vote all you out. They was expecting whatever to take place. Where if you lay know that? It's the contractors. It's who surprised about what's going on right now. Because all the eater food thing done. You understand? Go back from the crow and the cassava and the all of them. Right? It hit them like a shocker. Because they can't eat our food no more. All that done. It's seriousness we were in this place. It's a proper governance we were in this place. And that's exactly what the right-thinking citizen of this country called Trinidad and Tobago had voted for. So this stinking, dirty, fighting up, bad mind opposition party, dead PNM. I don't know what they're fighting up for. Them like weeble eating on something what done gone already. You understand? I don't know why they take an early retirement and only go home. Go and watch CSI in Miami and learn how to solve a crime. Learn how to get the moral of a story in a movie. Go and do something with all your life. Because nobody want to know what you're about to do, what you intend to do. You understand? Lil Ping, Stuart Ping, Hano Vision want to be Prime Minister. Just imagine them running up themselves. To tell a man, to fight for a man to get $80-something thousand a month. Which party deserve that? How he deserve that? Trinbagonians, you see something wrong with these stinking dead PNM people and them, boy? Them dead in the political arenas and still fighting up in it. Them not making no sense at all, boy. And I just love how people let's settle back and they're watching performance by re-performing government right now. They're looking good on the song and real good in the grounds right now. You understand? That's what people want. Performance. Let's talk and more action. All of those study Padarat. Padarat have it lock. And that's what the PNM can't take with him. Especially that ant eater. You ain't say your mouth set out like a chop. You could shove it in an ant's hole. And let them just start to eat from the smallest ants. You're bumping up your gum and saying about, oh, that's why Port of Spain, there's an as you rain drizzle, Port of Spain flooding out. All you have no shame. Mr. Coal Pot, all you have no shame. Make sure you have your coal pot, because soon you will be using it. And just now you might be riding your bicycle. All you're so wicked, and all you have to stay right on the face of this earth and pay for all your wrongdoings together with all the past political leader. All you're too wicked. Satan don't even want you in hell. So me you know where all you already go. You understand? All right now, I have to plead and beg God for forgiveness. Because all you forget. All you running up and swearing on a Bible and a Quran and a this and a that to go and serve the people the right way. But when all you run up inside of the position run to all your head and all you start to treat people like if there is nobody. But that's why they see the people that remember and they reject all you on the 28th of April. Man, let PNM, all of them, just haul, because they make no sense. You hear? They sit down and take clicks and performance from a performing government and a right-thinking government to deal with the citizen business in this country. You hear? PNM only go and rest all the decay himself and let people deal with things the right way. Or they're going straight to the political cemetery. Stop run up on yourself because they're looking good, neither sounding good. Man, all go so. Andy, we locked on and listening and we rolling with anti-cams. People, we are all one people, one nation, one love. Unity is the code, and we're rocking all the way with that. And is that.
Andy, morning. Yesterday, Saddam Hussein exposed a former PNM councillor, Paul Mongolas, for Saniga in the Northwest area. Now he's a PNM older man for having reforestation contracts standing under his name, being part of companies that benefiting big, whilst PNM people suffering. If you want, you could put him on blast.
Nice.
We had to look at that reforestation program too. Again, government is looking at all of these things. Go ahead, Andy.
Morning, Andy. Tarzan here. Joseph. You see, PNM started the propaganda already. They want to say is 10,000 people on the breadline, CPEP. They done started the line already. And they want to organize march. See what's going on? Let me see how much people go and support the march. I want to see if Mr. Amar go and support the march. Like here on the PNM side now, boy.
Oh my God.
Why you didn't start yesterday at the convention? That's as most as they could gather there. Who coming out? Who is coming out? The people have awakened to the fact that these people never had their interests at heart, All who recused themselves record number of times from the cabinet didn't do so standing on the business of these very said people, People not dotish, They're not stupid, They're understanding what's going on. They know quite well that they have to hitch their future onto this administration because they are talking about evolving, not just about cutting grass and doing, little jobs. No. I think Minister Parad made it quite clear. This is about where you're getting sustainable employment to see about yourself and your family. All who went and take the little brother business and blow it up overnight, and all who have this stash share and have that there and had all these contracts, they didn't do this in the interest of the people who was buying up land, who was using taxpayers' money to get all their wealth. They didn't do that in the interest of these very said people they now want to march for and get a band of lawyers. The people not dotish. They understand what's going on. They know that Penny and them on games. They're on games.
Good morning to you, Mikey. Welcome back, Lennox, and to everybody. Andy, that is disingenuous to say that Tobago MPs are not supporting the government. They are. They supported the government in all the bills that have been passed in the parliament so far. They have supported them. They contributed to the bills and they did support them, right? So maybe that person should pay close attention to when parliament is in progress to see and hear all who are contributing. The two Tobago MPs did contribute and support the bills that were passed by the government. They came out in support of the government. Thanks a lot. Good morning again, Andy, Mickie, Lennox, newbie, and to everybody out here. Mickie, that was your welcome back speech. I gave you a standing ovation for that. Yes, where was Penny? Where was Penny when Stuart Young was promising the divers and their money on the platform? She talked about UNC making promises on the platform. Didn't they make any? Didn't they make promises to people, sign contracts and just before the election in secrecy? So what nonsense Penny talking? Did Penny ask if any one of them who she turned a blind eye for, deaf, dumb, and blind, for recusers? Did any one of them recuse themselves for a CPAP worker? No, they did not do it. They were studying to fill their own pockets. And now all the battery of failed lawyers running out to defend who? To defend who? Where was that energy, according to Anne Brown this morning? Where was that energy when how many CPAP workers went home when UNC left office? ArcelorMittal and all them Petrotrin. For the last 10 years, how many people went home, Penny? Where were you and your battery lawyers? That time they were not important because you were in government. But now you're out of office and begging people, come back home, come back home. Come back to an abusive home, Penelope. Because you did nothing to help your supporters. It is taking our UNC government to help PNM supporters. And yes, everybody will benefit. You're a very disingenuous woman. Very disingenuous. And try to make this thing now look as though it was is a vendetta against Stuart Young. No, it's a vendetta against money corruptly received, because he will not be receiving that money in a righteous manner. Why should somebody who only was Prime Minister for 45 days be compensated $89 million Penny? That is disingenuous. People are watching you if you feel people are not watching you.
Andy, Penny Beckett's following Faris and Gonzalez and all these guys and them, and behaving just like them. She'll end up just like Rowley. You know? She had no integrity. She was there for so many years in the PNM and see Rowley destroy the country. And she never said anything. You know? So all these members of parliament in PNM, they're all destructive. And they were in agreement with Rowley what he was doing. Because if there wasn't agreement, they were get up as, you see? And that's how they are. Probably Becker's pocket full too. So she don't care about anybody. You know? Probably she was part and parcel what was going on with Rowley and
that message is correct. Andy, try him now. Try him now, Andy. Let's try to get Dr. Kirk Megu. Try him now.
It's 1 minute.
That message,
It's 1 minute.
Voice note.
It's 1 minute.
Huh?
It's 1 minute to 10.
That's all right. That's all right. Let's try to get him because this is today's issue.
All right.
We want to get into the Senate here. This is today's issue. It's very important. He's ready. And that last message that you played there was so correct. She had no voice. She had no voice. She sat there. She knew the plan. She was privy to all of it. And at no point in time she jumped in front and said, no, you can't do the people that. You, your friends, your family, finances. We noticed that all your alone benefiting. Now you want to have what? A press conference on what? Try to get Dr. Kirk Megu there,
Yeah,
Andy.
we got Dr. Kirk Megu. He's on. A pleasant good morning to you, Dr. Kirk.
Good morning to you, Dr. Megu.
Good morning.
Yes,
Good
indeed. Good
morning,
morning, my
everybody.
friend.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to have you on. Of course, today is a very important day. When you look at what are the headline, one of the articles in today's papers, independent senators push back on UNC anti-government claim. Give us some clarity because, when you read these things, again, we recognize the bias. We recognize that the facts are skewed. We recognize that there's some hidden agenda. And that is why programs that we have here make sure that we contact people like yourself and others to give us clarity and what is right on these issues. Please go right ahead.
Well, thanks. Thanks for that. Yeah, well, we never said that the independent senators, well, first of all, they're not independent senators. We never said Christine Kangaloo's senators were anti-government. They're anti-UNC because when we were in opposition, they were pro-government. They were pro-PNM. Paul Richards, of the 16 votes they had where they had divisions and called for divisions, he voted 16 times with the PNM. Anthony Vera, of the 16 times they had to have divisions for vote, 15 times. Sharice C. Prasad, Varma Dayal Singh, Amrita Deonarayan, right? So they're all pro-PNM. It's not anti-government, they're anti-UNC, and it's very clear, right? So they openly come out criticizing the UNC all the time. Anthony Vera, when we were in opposition at the time, he had a motion against the UNC. Why do you have a motion against an opposition? You're supposed to have a motion against the government if you want to be effective. They were working for the government. They gave the PNM government a super majority in the Senate, right? So they took their 9 seats, ganged up with the PNM's 15 at the time to give them a super majority and left the 6 at the side.
Yeah, for the average citizen who's walking around that may not be, legally inclined, looking at it from the fact that, listen, we've been suffering, we've been trying to make ends meet. We're talking about a large sum of money given to someone who definitely has not served more than even a month.
Correct.
I mean, that in itself, how complex would that be? How complicated to simply just go and rectify that situation while, rather than trying to make something out of it?
Exactly, because the way it is although we have a 3/5 majority from the election in the lower house, in the Senate, the way Eric Williams set up that constitution is that we don't have a 3/5 majority in the Senate. We can only pass simple majority bills using our vote. Even if we won 100% of the seats in the lower house, we would still only have 16 votes in the Senate. So we need 4 more senators to vote with us in order for this injustice to be corrected, because that's what we're trying to do. A public servant has to work at minimum 10 years to get a partial pension, not even a full pension, right? So at minimum, but Stuart Young there, or any prime minister, because it's not just aimed at Stuart Young, as I said, he is the one that took advantage of it. But any prime minister worked for 1 day, 5 seconds, as Colin Imbert said. So what prevents somebody from 1 day resigning as prime minister, appointing somebody another day, then the next day that person resigns, and the whole bench gets $1 million pension for life? We have to plug that loophole. As the law stands now, that's what could happen. We don't want that to happen. And so we're asking the president's senators to please have some sense. Who are you representing? Why are you there? Why do you have this power to stop? The majority of people don't want that. They don't want this thing where you're going for 1 day and you get $1 million every year for the rest of your life. If you live another 30 years, you're getting $30 million for that. Guaranteed. From the taxpayers, from the people they put out of Petrotrin and said all must go. From the carny workers, they fired all. From all the 100,000 people that lost their job under the PNM. They have to pay this pension, $1 million a year. And we're asking 4 senators, represent the people now. Don't represent Christine Kangaloo. Represent the people. The people don't want this.
Say something, Dr. Kurt Megu. All right, we need 4 more senators, which today will show us again that the senators are totally against UNC and his PNM senators preaching the gospel of the PNM or however it may be. Right. So most likely, we are correct, so we wouldn't get the 4. Right? We wouldn't get the 4. They may try to Mamagari and play 2, might play the voting, but they know it's 4 we need. What is the next step that you think our government should make, knowing again that those independent senators are not independent and we are all seeing it? Should we now come up with a no confident motion, or however we can go to at least impeach or get rid of this president in order to install a new president in Trinidad and Tobago? And besides that, should we also not organize in the future to pass legislations to make sure that that type of advantage would not happen again, such as constitutional reform? Just asking.
Absolutely, we need constitution reform. This constitution needs changing. We are living under a PNM constitution. I mean, under the UNC, we've had chances to make some little changes here and there. We put in a Judicial Review Act. We put in a Freedom of Information Act. We put in Joint Select Committee. We put in things to make the Constitution a little better, but really changing. And so we really need to do, we don't have the full majority to make all the changes we want right now. And as you see, it could get tied up in the Senate. To get rid of the president is not easy the way the law is. You have to impeach the president. So that is a legal matter, so we have to find the president breaking a law, for example, or the president has to be disabled physically or some way like that. So it's not really a easy process. So we would have to wait until it's time to appoint a new president for that. That is the way that they have tied us up legally. But there are ways we can act politically, right? So yes, there's the law.
Well, all right, you say we can't impeach which, all right, so remember we did try to impeach our president before, so that was based on the merit list, and pulling back on the merit list, right? Well, I know.
That's right.
Right. So now the big question now is, because again, remember at the end of the day, the ground report, the UNC, it's all about the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So let's say this president have how long again? This certain president have how long again?
I think it's another 2 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, Jesus Christ, so long?
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
yeah, because I think it was
Lord.
2022. I have to check the dates exactly, but I believe it was 2022, so that would be a 5-year term. I would take it to 2027. So, yeah.
Oh,
So,
gosh. Well, all right. So here I want to ask. When now, just now, Lennox Smith, when now the 2 years is up, because we want to again make sure we establish this, because again, as you say, this is a PNM constitution, and as we see, if we need a special majority, especially from the Senate, we cannot get it. So when it is now, the term is up, and the UNC through the Electoral College pick a president that will pick independent senators, would you all now go in the direction of the constitutional change that we need to make sure something like this ain't happening again? Question to you, Dr. Kurt Megu.
well, certainly that is something that I personally have been fighting for 25 years and more. Ever since we had the 1818 tie, I was always pushing for that. And I have been pushing for that in the UNC. And of course, in the last government, we had a constitution reform commission headed by Prakash Ramadar, who had all the recommendations and implementation things to implement, but the term was cut short, unfortunately, and so we didn't get to implement everything. But certainly, we have always spoken about some very radical constitution reform, and the UNC hasn't officially announced the policy for this term of government, but I know that is the way we have always been thinking and acting. So I would certainly give a commitment that that is something that has always been in train.
Thank you so
Yes.
much. Thank you so much. It's a brush of fresh air to the
Andy,
people
yes,
that
Andy.
don't know. Go ahead, Lennox Smith.
Yeah, I just wanted to find out what was operating in your mind when, of course, you intimated in that press conference yesterday that you have a president in office that did in fact say that one must adhere to the gospel or the tenets of the PNM. What were you attempting to convey?
Her clear partisanship. I mean, she is this is the most politically connected and aligned president we have had in the history of our republic. She is an absolute. She is not just a ordinary member of the PNM. She was like Saint Paul, spreading the gospel of the PNM everywhere. She was in 2001 during the 1818 time as senator, and then in 2022 she was a minister. She held 5 or 6 ministries. Then she became an MP in Pointe-a-Pierre. That was in 2007, and then later she became president of the Senate. Her husband gets millions of dollars in state contracts. Her father-in-law, Anthony Garcia, big PNM General Council member and minister. Her relative Noel Garcia on her husband's side, big man in charge of Uticot, billions and billions and billions of dollars he controls whenever the PNM are in government. They're on the Kangaloo side, have all the prominent people in the judiciary there. She is just totally PNM. There is no way. She is inextricable from the PNM. The people she lines with, the people she lives with, the people she talks with, everything is PNM. Right? So there is no way she will be acting outside of the interest of the PNM.
And she cannot be impeached without knowing that we have all that evidence.
No, because it's not against the law.
Oh, okay.
That's the problem. That is not against the
It has
law.
to be something as egregious as what her predecessor did.
Oh. Correct. And we were in opposition then, so we didn't have the numbers, right? So when President Paula did that, we didn't have the numbers to carry that through. But now we have the numbers.
Dr. Mago, we want to thank you so much for taking time out and giving us clarity on that issue. Parliament is about to start, so we want to catch that again. Do enjoy the rest of your day. Keep up the good work, and we'll be calling on you, of course, as much as possible to give us some clear, perspective on what is taking place.
Thank you. And you all also keep up the good work.
Wonderful
We
job
appreciate
yesterday.
it.
Wonderful
You all are
job
doing a great
clarifying, of course, the position of the government and the party called the UNCS.
All right. Oh boy. Nice.
Well, that was the Public Relations Officer for the United National Congress, Dr. Kirk Megu, and understanding how important today is, and of course, giving us an insight on, the bias actions that are being taken and those that seem not to be in favor of the UNC. Is it a matter of anti-government or anti-UNC?
Any predictions? You want to hazard a prediction? I am willing to.
Go ahead. Tell us.
Well, I am saying that as I did last Friday, and it turned out to be true, that on the government side they are going to abstain, and because it will have a tremendous public firestorm, the independents, at least a sufficient amount of them will vote in order to carry that four one expects to carry the measure. I think the government will get it.
Nah, boy. I don't think so, nah, boy.
All right. That is my perspective. That is how I see it.
Right. And all I would like to ask my brother Lennox Smith, because from this week onwards, we're going to have a lot of interviews. And my brother, please, you need our headphones because at certain points there, while you talking, Mr. Megu talking, and you himself hearing he talking, and Ole Cross talking, Mikey from line tell him, Lennox Smith, just like Mikey, just like myself, it's no muffin matter because you don't hear people. Lennox Smith, you need our headphones.
I laugh it because it's true. Right?
No,
Because
but
that's why I couldn't make any valid contribution.
No, but it makes me wonder that you spend all this money on renovating your place. Every room is layered with gold and what have you. You live in this big place and you can't get headphones.
They'll send a headphone for me.
Yeah, but you're waiting on somebody to send something in a barrel for you. Let us look at that money. Look at that room. Look at that room you in.
I'll have to get a cheap one until that one arrives. All right? Okay.
This thing have TV on the wall. Yeah. Look at that. Ceiling, song ceiling. Look at the drapes alone. Look at the furniture. That's not from Courts. That's expensive thing from Ashley's. That come down in a container. All that. And you can't get headphones?
I don't wait for the container, but I will get one locally, my friend. Right? I'll get it. I'll get it today.
Well,
because I was myself, of course, extremely embarrassed to not having heard, of course, such a very important contribution of so I think it's about time that I really get one.
Yeah, well groomed. Look at the shirt, look at the jacket, looking like a Miami kingpin, and you just get a blasted headphones. I just wonder, something. Please,
No,
please
I
get
just
the
don't like
headphones.
them,
Get the
but
headphones.
I will use them because of necessity.
Now what's me? I feel he ain't gonna get none, but you go pop two by the side of the TV right there, so that flat screen you will see two headphones. You will say, "It's there." You know, don't worry. Look, the headphones there.
No, it will be visual, so you will see, of course, it on both sides of my head.
Yes.
All right, my friend. So thank you very much for bringing it out very poignantly that I need to get that headphone because I really didn't hear much of what the contribution was.
So we have an
And
interview.
if there are other ministers, obviously, vital information may be lost because of the inability to make a contribution that is valid.
Nice. Wednesday is Senator Arnold Roberts, Minister in the Ministry. Yeah, Mr. Roberts will be Wednesday. He was supposed to be this morning, but Senate today and tomorrow all back. So he said, let's put that for Wednesday, please. Go.
Yeah, and please, Dr. David Lee, anybody close to Dr. David Lee, please let him know that the ground report is calling upon him. Dr. David Lee, I know that he has a very tight schedule, but again, we cannot rely on legacy media. This is where we have to clear things up and bring clarity to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And again, a pleasant good morning to Minister Barry Padarat. He did, of course, say that he was hectic. He's moving up and down before today's session. Folks, that brings us to the end of the program. We're going to catch things on the Parliament channel, see what's going on, but we have a lot in store for you, and changes will be coming soon. Do enjoy the rest of the day. Please try to stay alive. Until tomorrow, we are out of here. And of course, later on tonight, Lennox, Corridor Transformation.
Corridor Transformation is on tonight, yes.
And that will be in our next room, eh? That is our next room. Right
from 8 o'clock, but of course we will go to 9:30. I'm reducing and I'm trying to cut it down to an hour because of the volume of work that I have to do otherwise. So it's becoming, of course, a very hectic scenario now. So it's from 8 to 9:30 for the time being, and then we'll cut it down to from 8 to 9, so 1 hour.
Nice. And
there's somebody out there that wouldn't be pleased with that at all, because you wouldn't believe they actually bet on the amount of times you sleep on the program, and every time you fall asleep, they play 5 passing man. So you would have just lost. Someone would have just lost their revenue there if Lennox is going to be awake for the entire program. So Andy, we gotta make our way out.
Right before I go, humor day. Somebody say 5 cents smart and 25 cents cheap. Lennox, behave yourself. Oh God, please get a headphones. Nice. So let's all close up.
Of getting one. The getting is not the issue. I just don't like them, but I'll have to use them now.
Thank you. Again, folks, we are out of here.
Yes, indeed.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bang, 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 bang.